Okay, welcome all. We appreciate you being here. We're going to call this meeting to order. It is January 6th, 2026. The first item that is up tonight, we're going to consider allowing remote participation. Does that impact us? Okay. C, we're going to adopt the agenda. So, someone want to make a motion to adopt the?
Make a motion that we,
And you had one agenda change, if you want to note that for the
oh,
record.
yes, we do have one agenda change, yes, which is L6, discuss and consider approval of agenda format changes.
So now someone will need to make a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
Motion to approve is amended.
Okay, looks like the motion passes.
No, you need to vote, sorry.
You have to vote.
Oh, I beg your pardon? Oh, yeah, I approve, yes.
Okay.
Everyone needs to
We
vote,
all have to.
sorry.
I thought everybody,
All
oh,
in favor.
I'm sorry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
There you go.
And the motion passes, thank you. Next item up is the adoption of the previous minutes.
Motion to approve.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And the motion passes. Next, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. Yeah. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. So we had a tragedy in Marvin Sunday morning. A family in the Preserve at Marvin, they were coming back Sunday morning from India, and they were hit by a drunk driver, and the mom and the dad were killed. And the children are still up in Baltimore, Maryland, and they've had multiple surgeries. It's Krishna and Aisha are the parents, and we just wanted to take a moment of silence and pray for the family. And there's family, they have family that live here as well. So if you guys would join us to just have a moment of silence for them.
And we thank you for that. Our hearts go out to that family. Okay, so it's the public comment period.
All right.
Austin, you want to read the stipulations of public comment? Thank you.
We will go ahead and proceed. First up is Kim Vandenberg, 806 Cappington Lane. Oh, I need to get a mic.
Thank you, Austin. Mayor, council, staff, thank you. Kim Vandenberg, 806 Cappington Lane. I want to address a concern that many residents have noticed and are discussing. Recently, a holiday photo was posted featuring Marvin United that included some, but not all, members of council. That choice sends a message of exclusion, whether intentional or not. It's inappropriate for those who now serve the village, the entire village. Campaign season is over. Once elected, you're no longer representing a slate, a brand, or a political group. You're now the governing body of the village of Marvin. Using social media to promote or highlight one faction while leaving out other duly elected council members undermines unity, professionalism, and public trust. Residents should see their local government wishing everyone a happy holiday season without politics, without divisions, and without favoritisms. Finally, when multiple council members appear together on social media, it raises legitimate concerns about whether that interaction constitutes a quorum outside of a public meeting. Previous councils provided quorum notices when more than 2 members would be in the same place regardless of those reasons. Quorum notices are not required by state statutes, but if current council wants to be transparent, then they should follow the precedent. If the picture was AI generated and there was no gathering, it still doesn't translate to transparency or unity. Transparency matters, perception matters. The residents didn't elect Marvin United, they elected a village council. It's time to govern like one, because not being inclusive certainly isn't uniting the community. Hopefully you'll learn from your mistakes, because it was blatant and reckless. Finally, I'm extremely disappointed in your decision to spend almost $17,000 on holiday lights. The village currently owns the lights we have. You said during your campaign that you were going to listen to your constituents, and you didn't. What's the justification of spending $17,000 on lights so staff doesn't have to take them down and put them up every year? Here's a simple solution: leave them up, just like you'll do with the lights that are going to cost $17,000. Sounds like a pet project to me and frivolous spending, the same type of spending you suggested existed previously. And a few more points. If the thought is to adjust the color for holidays, what we do when cultural holidays overlap, which one do you pick? And if you're spending $17,000 on lights and you want to run a Doge budget, do you still plan on not taking on roads to save on spending? If so, then I have a lot more questions on your priorities. Thank you very much.
All right, next up is Wyatt Dunn.
Good evening, fellow council, mayor. Congratulations to the new members. I'm Wyatt Dunn. I'm running for Union County Commissioner. And, we fill out a lot of forms for the paper, and you can read about us. But in my opinion, I need to come out and meet y'all and let y'all hear what I'm all about. So I know you're in a good spot there, Mr. Mayor. It's just somebody to remind you of things like that. I was the mayor for Stallings for the past 12 years. I was on council for 20 years. I've lived in Union County for 30 years, so I know what's going on in Union County and Stallings, North Carolina, but I need to get out to Marvin, Waxhaw, and all the municipalities and tell them about who I am and what I stand for. So I'm a firm believer in the character of a man is who you vote for. You'll find out, my voting record stands, if anybody wants to research it over the last 20 years, is pretty evident, but you don't know the character of a man. So I got a few bullet points I wanted to talk about here. So, like I said, I've been installing for the last 20 years. I'm a conservative Republican. My philosophy, I'm a businessman. I started out, I got a planning degree from Appalachian State University. I don't know where you went to school, but same place. So there's a lot of town planners and a lot of town managers from Appalachian State. So my first job, I was with Hickory, Newton, and Rock Hill as a town planner. I got the opportunity to go into the private sector, and so I took it to being a salesman. So I was with Ashland Oil for 42 years, and I'm still in that business. I'm the national sales manager for a chemical company. Chemical companies make stuff to make other products, so you don't know what what we sell, but the only product that Ashland makes that everybody knows about is Valvoline oil. So I was with them for 42 years. So that's my background. I'll bring to the county commissioners, which they don't have right now, is a business background. I listen to what people have to say, the constituents, and then that's the same way I treat my customers. I listen to what they have to say, and then I try to meet their needs. And so it's the same way I did as the mayor for 12 years. And so we were pretty successful over there. So not a lot of controversy going over in our town. One of my philosophies is faith, family, and freedom. My faith is I've been a member of First Baptist Indian Trail for 30 years. I'm heavily involved in Fellowship of Christian Athletes. I run a football camp for high schools out at Wingate College. I've been doing that for the last 13 years, so it's very important to me. My family, my 3 kids all went to school in Union County, out at Piedmont, and then Porter Ridge. So I know what's going on with the schools. Been with my wife 52 years, so you can see my longevity is a pattern here. So
That's time. Sorry.
oh, I'm out. All right. So I just appreciate y'all's vote in March, come the primary. So thank y'all.
Next up is Dave Ott.
Well, thank you and good evening, everybody. I guess it's back to business now, right? 2 weeks of vacation, it's back to business. I'm a resident at Firethorn subdivision. It's been a while since I've been to a council meeting, so everybody looks different than the folks that I remember working with in the past. I want to talk a little bit quickly, hopefully, about everybody's favorite topic, and it's traffic. Everybody's aware of all the issues around town and in our own community. It's getting very, very difficult. I want to bring attention to one area that I think is a potentially very dangerous situation developing, and that's at the intersection of Firethorn Country Club and Marvin Road, and exiting from Firethorn Club either right or left. In the mornings, but in particular at night, it's getting really, really dicey turning left in particular, and sometimes turning right. Some of you may be familiar with that intersection. You have Joe Kerr to the left, and the Newtown roundabout to the right. At 6 o'clock in the evening, it's a steady, continuous flow of traffic from both directions at 45 miles an hour plus. And when it's dark, some people don't have their lights on. Making a left turn requires somebody coming from Joe Kerr to let you in. The phenomena that's occurring appears to be that the capacity of the roundabout at Newtown backs up so the traffic is all the way backed up to Firethorn entry. So to make the left turn, number one, somebody has to let you out, but the cars that are to the right toward the roundabout, you can't see the oncoming traffic, and they're coming fast. So we've had some fun nights getting out of there, and many times we have to turn right in order to get away. Anyway, so you get the picture, hopefully. I would like to see an effort to try to see if we can't make that a little bit safer, either by slowing the traffic down at say, the evening hours and potentially the morning hours. I know it might be difficult, or providing a person there that can help get people in and out of the Firethorn entry safely. But I do think it's a pretty scary situation, having done it a couple times, including this evening. Thank you very much. Good luck, have a good year.
Mr. Mayor, that's all. You may proceed.
Now we're going to get feedback from the previous public comment period.
And if there's nothing there, you can just move on.
Okay, nothing there. Okay, presentations. Presentation from Mr. Jeff Emery. He's the Community Economic Development Planner with the North Carolina Main Street and Rural Planning Center, the Rural Economic Development Division of the North Carolina Department of Commerce. Mr. Emery.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Village Council members. I hope everyone can hear me. And
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And is the PowerPoint presentation up? I hope you can see that.
Jeff, do you need me to pull it up from my end, or are you guys going to screen share?
I apologize. I thought you were going to pull it up. That may be my mistake.
Just give me one
If you
second, I'll
can't-
pull that up for you.
If you can and advance the slides for us, that would be great. We'll just say next if that's all right.
That'll be fine.
And I'll just say while we're waiting, Jeff and Lizzie both met with staff back in, I think, November, December. We drove around, they saw the community, they saw all aspects of the community, so they have a good feel for who we are, what we represent, and kind of where we're going. The previous council did approve the memorandum of understanding that you guys have in your agenda packets, but we wanted you to kind of see the presentation and where they were going with this. Their scope of work would be limited to the Heritage District, and coming up with an implementation plan and strategy for the Heritage District. And it would all be a community-driven process.
Okay, so I do have the PowerPoint up, if you can see that, Jeff, and you're good to go?
Yeah. Yeah, and let me say, as a former city manager, I appreciate full agendas. So Lizzie and I are going to try to be quick. If we're too quick, stop me, and we'll answer any questions. But yeah, we have met with your staff, but we know you have some new elected officials, and we want to go through this again. I'm going to do a real brief overview of the services we provide, and then my colleague Lizzie is going to go into a little bit more detail of the process we use, but we are with the North Carolina Main Street Rural Planning Center. Our mission is we work in regions, counties, cities, towns, villages, downtown districts, and in designated Main Street communities to inspire placemaking through building asset-based economic development strategies that achieve measurable results such as investment and business and growth in jobs. Next, please. This is a map of the 8 prosperity zones in North Carolina. Back in about 2013, the North Carolina General Assembly, when Governor McCoy was in office, the General Assembly broke North Carolina into 8 prosperity zones. And part of the reasoning for that was to try to bring state government closer to various parts of North Carolina. So each prosperity zone has a representative from the DOT, from workforce development, from the community colleges, and for the environmental aspect of state government. And so as community economic development planners, I represent the Southwest region, you'll see in the purple there, and then Lizzie represents Piedmont Triad, and I guess I'll call it the dull orange area right above me. Next, please. What do we do? There are 4 main services we provide, and of course, in each of these 4 areas, that can branch out into several different areas. But our 4 main services we provide are strategic economic development planning. That is probably our biggest focus. We also provide technical assistance, training and education, and there are several grants that we administer, or we help administer grant programs through our department. Some of our services, some of the strategic planning we provide community economic development assessment plans. These are normally 1-year plans, 5-year strategic economic development plans, creating outdoor economy plans. This plan is more of a specialized program for helping communities create an outdoor recreation economy. It came through some money that we received that, like I said, towns applied for, and we've assisted them with planning their outdoor recreation economy. We do 1-day economic visioning workshops. We help smaller communities with asset mapping, project development and implementation. And actually the plan we're doing for, we have proposed for the village of Marvin is an implementation plan. Next, please. We do training and education, economic development workshops, and other regional and statewide training opportunities. The North Carolina Main Street Conference is either the largest or maybe the second largest Main Street conference in the nation. We do community-specific training through development and implementation, and research and information sharing. Next, please. One of our biggest areas, other than strategic planning, is technical assistance. That comes in a lot of different forms. We help with project development, funding and resource identification, community economic opportunities, mapping and analysis. We don't do as much of local policy and ordinance review as we probably once did. That's a lot because we're limited staff-wise. Custom GIS mapping, disaster recovery services, since Helene came especially, there's been such a huge emphasis on helping our neighbors and friends in Western North Carolina. We've done a lot of work with disaster recovery services and just other economic development planning assistance in general. Next, please. We help with grants. Union County is not in the Appalachian Regional Commission, but we do have over 30 counties in North Carolina that are. We run, a section of Commerce runs the ARC program. The Southeast Crescent Regional Commission is a relatively new program, but any county in North Carolina that is not an ARC county is eligible to receive SCRC funding. And that's a relatively new program that we hope will be able to remain in the federal government's budget. Downtown rural economic development grants. And we get a lot of questions from communities consistently about funding sources in general. We try to keep a list of funding sources available for all our communities to be able to identify, potential sources of funding for the various projects they have going on. I'm going to now turn it over to my colleague, Lizzie Morrison, and she's going to talk about the next few slides.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Thank you for having me. We like to work collaboratively, and Jeff pulled me in knowing that the focus of your potential implementation plan would be on the Heritage District because downtown development and cultural heritage community development is in my background. So I'm excited to potentially work with Jeff in Marvin. Oh, the slide went. There it is. Okay. So this is the Rural Planning Program's approach to community economy building. This approach is meant to be a holistic approach and not something that is carried out by any one organization. It's meant to develop a framework for strategic partnerships between the public and private sector. That covers placemaking, the development and enhancement of your community's character and public spaces and in programming, revitalization and reactivation of your community assets, strengthening your social connections and value, and stewardship of your natural assets. That also includes capacity building. It just went away on my screen. There it is. Okay. That's, the organization and structure. Maybe the Heritage District needs, a formal committee beyond a work group that would work on an implementation plan to carry forward actions and projects that would be approved by your board. Strategic planning and implementation, you have to have a plan to know where you're going. Leadership development and collective action, community engagement is a big part of that. Communication is essential. And then building economic support tools, both locally and then understanding where the resources are for those support tools at the state and federal level. And then finally, economic advancement, that's asset-based economy building. We are not ever going to come into a community and recommend you become something that you're not. This is about understanding what your assets are and amplifying your assets to improve your quality of life, not to help you outgrow yourselves or become something that you don't want to become. Economic advancement also includes having a firm market knowledge and understanding the assessment of where you are currently and where you want to be, understanding what public services and infrastructure it takes to achieve your vision, what kind of entrepreneurial support and business support you have or need, what is the housing like, which you have some really lovely housing in Marvin, and healthcare and education, and then also retention and recruitment of workforce. Next slide. And this is what that strategic plan development process looks like. So at the foundation of your strategic plan is going to be your vision. Where do you want to be in 5 years? And then we'll take asset-based economic development strategies directly from your vision. That vision is going to be formed by consensus from your local population. It's not a vision that we have for you, but it's a vision that is derived from a series of exercises and community outreach with a clear market assessment. Then we derive economic development strategies that are asset-based strategies directly from that vision. We'll determine what are the intention of those strategies, what are the goals of the strategies, and then we develop real tangible projects and actions that help you to achieve that vision. And through that incremental action, you build that rural community economy. Next slide. And this is what that process looks like over the areas of focus, that approach that we take. So you have that community-led vision and market assessment. We have specific economic development strategies that lead actions and projects across a balanced approach of capacity building, economic advancement, and placemaking, and that produces those measurable economic and quality of life results. Next slide. And yeah, I'm not gonna read these slides back at you because I already went through that on the chart. So we'll just click through these. Next slide. Next slide. And next slide.
We're now back to a little more specific about the scope of work for Marvin. Our goal is to create an implementation plan specific to the Heritage District, and as Christina said, last fall we met with some of your staff and talked about this. Our deliverables will include as Lizzie pointed out, all our plans include a vision statement, strategies, goals, projects, and actions. We've already done a tour of your community. We've had several follow-up conversations. This is our presentation to the newly elected officials. We did one to the prior governing body as well. There has been an MOU and resolution adopted. I guess we're sort of where we are now is we'll be reviewing previous plans. And then I guess the work really begins. There'll be 2 local work group meetings, and I want to stress that you meaning the village will really be driving the train. You'll be establishing the work group members, and Lizzie put it extremely well. I mean, we're certainly, it's not our goal to try to convince you or persuade you to become something that you're not. We want to do a plan that benefits the community and where you want to go, where you want to be in 5 years. So the work group meetings will be crucial to get input from the community. We'll draft a plan that staff and the governing body will be able to review, and then at some point. Eventually, we'll present the plan to the governing body, and our ultimate goal will be that plan will be adopted. We are not a regulatory agency. Some people, when they think of state government, they think of regulations. We certainly will hope you will adopt the plan with the intentions of, adopting the recommendations we make, but it will simply be for you to consider. There's no cost to the village, other than maybe just some miscellaneous administrative cost. But this is just a quick, just an overview of what we've done so far and where we'll go from here if you wish to proceed. The next couple slides are just going to be some real brief examples of past work we've done, and then we'll wrap this up. So if you could go on.
All right, we wanted to show you some of the work that we've done, and we'll start with Milton, which is really very tiny community up in Caswell County, population of 159 people. We did a very similar strategic economic development implementation plan, so not a 5-year plan, but an implementation plan specifically focusing on their little downtown area. It recommended 22 actions and projects under 4 economic development strategies. And since the adoption of that plan. They have pursued multiple grant sources, one of them being the RC2 grant program, which paid for a downtown streetscape master plan, and then the SCRC grant that Jeff mentioned earlier for $700,000 for a project that includes secondary source well, upgrading water pumps and replacing water lines. And so that planning document helped them have successful grant applications, but also helped build relationships so that they knew to call on us when they were looking for resources for various projects that they need. And then you can see the testimonies there, which I won't read to you, but that you could read later after this presentation. Next slide. Another example is working with a whole county, a population of Rockingham County, 93,500. You can see that there's a great testimony there as well. Their core plan recommended 31 actions under 3 economic development strategies. They have since received a $500,000 Part F grant, a $400,000 state appropriation, and a $94,000 Connecting Communities State Park grant, all of which directly correlated to actions and projects within that plan. Next slide.
I am going to read the testimony and brag a little bit to wrap it up from the project I did in Spencer. This was a quote from the manager. Our team in Spencer greatly benefited from the assistance provided from the Rural Planning Center staff and other colleagues at the Department of Commerce. As we went through the core program, Commerce staff not only put together a great process, but made sure we had an outcome that would serve the community's interest. We appreciate their commitment to follow through during and after the process, including introducing us to other contacts and opportunities that could help us implement the goals outlined in our core strategic plan. We look forward to continuing our relationship with the entire Commerce Rural Planning team. So, next slide, please. So you see my contact information and Lizzie's, and I'm sure if you want to get that, if you don't have a chance to write it down now, Christina can get that to you. I know our presentation was brief, but again, we wanted to be mindful of your very busy agenda. If anyone has a really quick question, we'll be happy to entertain that, or you can contact us later or send your message or questions through your staff, but we really appreciate you allowing us the time to speak to you this evening.
Jeff, real quick, your, just for clarity, you touched on this, but not too much. Your processes and your implementation strategies will reflect what you guys know to be more in line with grant applications that you're aware of for this particular thing in the future, correct? Basically.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
okay.
Every project we do, I mean, clearly, you know, we're going to tailor that to the community, you know, that we are in. I mean, and obviously, you know, each community is going to be different.
So in short, what I was trying to get to is their implementation steps will kind of follow some grant funding that they may think is out there for particular projects. It'll kind of increase our chances having what they're doing to kind of check off some boxes of these granting agencies.
Yeah, I think, but all the projects we just mentioned, of course, we would never guarantee grant funds to any community, but each project we just mentioned, and we could give you other examples, the plans we do, I think they would all would say, helped them secure funding for other projects that they did. Clearly, we're not going to make that can't be a promise, but we certainly feel our work has, you know, we can give examples where that has happened.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question. Mr. Emery, Ms. Morrison, thank you for a great presentation. This is Tom Mack. I had really a question about the level of effort that would be involved, and more specifically, how much time of both staff and the community and your time would be going into getting a final product? And then also, what would the timeline be?
Well, clearly, I mean, your staff is going to have to spend, you know, some time with Lizzie and I, as I said, there's 8 of us in North Carolina to serve over 500 municipalities and 100 counties. But even saying that, I think we outlined an original timeframe. We would hope that from the time we started to have a final plan, and it's always so difficult to throw out time, but I would hope within, when I say a few months, that within maybe three or 4 months from when we start, we could have you a draft plan to consider. Lizzie may think that's not a good time frame to throw out, but I would hope it would be. We would want to get these public sessions advertised, and a lot what we do will be when the public meetings will be critical. So we're not going to. We certainly don't want this process to drag out for months at a time. I mean, it would be something that we would give our attention to, and just between advertising and things, obviously there's going to be some time involved. But if the staff give us the go ahead, or if the board wants to proceed, I would hope by the spring of 26 or so, we would at least be to the point of being able to have a draft of the plan to review. I mean, Lizzie, do you think that's realistic?
I think that's realistic, and I'll just say that we tailor our process based on what the communities need or want. There's a lot of different kinds of outreach that we can do. We can do one big community visioning workshop. We also can conduct stakeholder interviews. We can put together a survey that is sent out. There's a lot of different ways that we can get into more detail. I mean, I've had communities where there's a very specific project that they want to focus on within the plan, and we'll spend a whole meeting working on the project development of that one project. So I think it depends on the needs and direction coming from the community, but no more than 6 months would be the most, I would think, for an implementation plan. But I'll follow up with that by saying that when you select the local work group, I like to recommend to look for people that have interest in serving beyond the planning period, because the communities that have a lot of success formalize the work group into some sort of focus committee or organization that then partners with the municipality to carry out implementation of the projects recommended within the plan.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that's such a great point, and that's why I'm glad Lizzie's agreed to help me. The implementation of the plan will go on for hopefully, years. That's the key, is putting together the group that will continually work on implementation.
Jeff, I have a question for you, Bob Marklees. Is your department part of the National Main Street Program under the Historic Trust for National Preservation?
Yes, we are
Okay.
part of, our division is Main Street and Rural Planning, yes, sir.
Okay, because I'm familiar with that. When I was in Logan, Utah in 2003 to 2006, I was the Main Street coordinator for the village of, the town of Logan. And familiar with the setup, the frame up, the different departments of setting up for the downtown, revitalization. So I just wanted to double check. Thank you very much.
Lizzie is actually a former Main Street director in Mount Airy, North Carolina, so.
Okay,
that's what
all
she
right.
did.
Thank you. I've been to many conventions across the country where, they celebrated the downtowns. So, thank you.
Great.
Anybody else have any questions? Okay, Jeff, as well as Lizzie, thank you. It was an impressive presentation. We appreciate your time on this Monday night on the heels of a holiday and being here late. So thank you for your time. And I guess we'll move on to the discussion and a possible action that regards the adopted resolution requesting the services of the NC Main Street and Rural Planning Center for the Village of Marvin, as well as the approved MOU for the Community Economic Development Assessment for the Village of Marvin. So we'll have that discussion. So Austin, we just open up the floor and
Unless Christina wanted to start with this item, you guys are good to just talk about it however you see fit.
Yeah, one thing I've spoken about this in a couple of previous meetings, but, we here in Marvin just underwent our county reevaluations, which affected not just Marvin taxes and so forth, but Union County taxes as well. Marvin is in a unique area geographically in that, I would think so many of our residents, perhaps a majority of them, may do more of their shopping in Mecklenburg County versus Union County, or I know I go to South Carolina often to get my gas, So while we look, at some of these areas in the natural corridors that we have, whether it be Ray Road or Providence Road, or the Heritage District itself, where we do already have some planned commercial, I think we want to be able to take in as much professional expertise as we can on how to attract the types of businesses that we're looking to have. The Marvin Development Ordinance kind of lays that out to some degree because we have a section for the Heritage District. But I think it's important that we understand how all of that does affect our taxes at both the Marvin and the county level. I've mentioned this before, but right now, commercial business really gives about 1.6% of Marvin's tax base. So in many other areas of the country, they may say, well, it should be 60-40 or 70-30. And Marvin will never be at those numbers. Is the right number 5%? Is the right number 7%? I don't know. But I know 1.6% is going to continue to place much higher burdens on us as residents in terms of those taxes that are being paid and so forth. So I welcome, especially, the fact that we're not paying for these services. I welcome the opportunity to kind of lean on their expertise as we develop those areas that we've already identified.
does anybody else?
I wonder if I feel like we're forcing a main street when we have a main street, right? Like we have commercial right now on a very big thoroughfare, right? And it has some problems. And we're trying to create a main street on a place with traffic issues. And I think we might make it a lot worse. And I wonder if there's an ability to shift that, what they could help us with to, like Providence, to that commercial center. Because I agree, there's opportunity to get more money from commercial. And there's 1 million out parcels there that haven't been developed in 4 years, yet just down the road where like that Lowe's Food is going in. I mean, it's amazing how quickly they've put stuff up. I don't know if you guys have been over there recently, but like every day I go by, there's like 12 new things opening. But where our main commercial center is today, it's about the same as it was, a couple years ago. It's very stalled. And I think the animals are probably out of the barn on this issue, but that would be, in my opinion, where we should focus our commercial energy rather than inventing a main street in an already kind of clogged artery.
They can definitely change the scope of the project area if that's what you're looking for. And you correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff or Lizzie, but the scope is really up to whatever you guys want to look at.
On the heels of, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Jeff.
And I would say this too, I don't think creating a main street is at all our intention. And you're right, we will, the scope will be what you want, the council wants the scope to be. And I think when we talk about the Heritage District, I think a lot of those will be quality of life type issues as well. And I understand exactly what the councilman was saying. I think that's a great point. But And while, yes, we are the division of Main Street, I don't really think, and again, I'd love to hear Lizzie's comments, but I don't think from what we've seen and observed, that's really sort of what I envision the direction this project would go. And again, Lizzie, I don't know if you have any comments on that or not.
No, I agree, and I think it's wise to look at Marvin with the bird's eye view and how you can improve quality of life through incremental action all throughout the village, rather than just focusing on the Heritage District. I think the Heritage District provides the opportunity to tell the story of the character of Marvin and provide potentially gathering spaces that help the community grow together, but not necessarily concentrated commercial development.
Yeah, and I would add, I certainly think opening the scope to, consider whether it's over by Publix there, which is what I think you're speaking about specifically, but also the recently approved area over by Tom Short Road and Ray Road. I think to some degree, we had also had some meetings with the Union County Development folks, and I think they do something a little bit more different than what they're talking about here, where they get more involved with specific recruitment of different types of businesses and things. I'm not sure that's really what these folks do, unless you tell me differently.
They do not. Retail Strategies is the entity that's partnering with Union County, and they're doing essentially like a vacant storefront, matching it up with demographics that feed into stores, retail shops, restaurants, that kind of thing, that match the demographics that are at hand. So that's what Union County and Retail Strategies is doing. That's not what this group is doing.
Hi, I'm Angel Martin. I really love the idea of a bird's eye view, because not only do we have what Fred was talking about with an area off Providence Road that's struggling a bit, but we also have a new area that's being built off Ray Road, which is another part of Marvin, and it's brand new. It's commercial and residential, as well as the Heritage District. But what I really like about what you all are offering is that the community is involved. I think that's key. We need to get their feedback, what will they support? So I'm excited about a bird's eye view, if that's something you can do.
If that's the consensus of the council, Jeff and Lizzie, is it possible for you to re-entertain kind of the scope area in the memorandum and maybe revise that, and we can bring it back to the council at their next meeting? If that is, am I hearing that's the consensus? Everyone's kind of shaking their heads, yeah? Is that possible?
We can definitely revise the MOU and the scope of the work to what the council wishes it to be, absolutely.
Okay, so procedurally, Chaplain, help me out on this. We approved this via resolution, so we'll have to do a resolution to rescind the previous?
No, because you really aren't modifying the resolution. I've looked over this quickly, and it's a strategic plan for the Heritage District, implementation plan specific to the Heritage District. If you really wanted to change that, it could be for the plans of commercial development, and y'all want the commercial development to address some of the concerns you have, traffic, impact, use of the area. I think if we could just switch those terms, and maybe I need to make sure it's simple enough for that with the Department of Commerce, but if we could do that, and then you could have them authorize you to execute the MOU with those changed terms.
I mean,
It'd save a month.
Jeff, the only thing that he's recommending, I know you don't have it in front of you, or maybe you do, but there's 2 places in the project scope that refer to the Heritage District, just scratching that word and replacing it with commercial development. If you guys are okay with that, we can prepare a motion to quickly make that happen on our end.
I would suggest you take that action and let me just, you can send it to me with that, and I'll run it by my supervisor, and if they think additional action's taken, I'll let you know, but we can go with that and see if that'll work.
I just need to wordsmith this. Chaplain.
I think it would be a motion to move forward with the MOU.
Sorry.
I know.
The motion to move forward with.
Memorandum of understanding replacing the Heritage District with
Commercial development.
commercial development.
And authorize the village manager to execute. And if offline, we look and there are other issues, worst case scenarios would be bringing it back, which is what we're going to do anyway, but I think that'll work.
Are you? Is everybody okay with that?
Okay, I just added that draft motion in your system. Since we just read it aloud, someone can say so moved if that's what you guys want to do.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And the motion passes. Sorry, I got a frog in my throat. All right, the next item of business is a presentation by the Marvin Historical Society. And Amanda Richardson. Richards, excuse me.
It's okay. Hello. Everybody hear me okay? Oh man, I'm so nervous. So first of all, this is incredible. We have over 16 AME Zion members here of the community, and I'm just blown away at the interest that has come up for Marvin Historical Society. I'm just blown away. So thank you guys for having me tonight. I'm probably gonna fumble my words and everything because I'm so nervous, but thank you. First off, good evening, Mayor and Council and members of the community. And that includes unincorporated Union County as well, because you matter, your history matters, and your stories matter. So thank you for coming and attending. My name is Amanda Richard, and I'm here on behalf of the Marvin Historical Society. And it's a volunteer-run nonprofit. We're dedicated to preserving, protecting, and sharing the history that defines our community, the Village of Marvin. And we certainly do have a lot of history that's located in this little spot. And I highly suggest everybody pick up a book by Gene Stowe, Inherit the Land, and you can learn a lot more about it and what was here before us. It's incredible. I would like to also say that our work here is to ensure that the heritage of the village remains a source of pride and connection for generations to come. That it is important to safeguard these stories, places, and traditions. And it's very incredible that this land right here actually used to be Mitty Bell. It was Ross Houston, and it's quite unique. I know that there's a park that's going up here at the Village of Marvin, which was once Ross Houston land. And I really wanted to present this idea tonight that I think it would be fitting and uniting if Marvin could possibly entertain a name, Houston Ross Park. I suggest that because I think that we have a lot of descendants and family members here that are part of this community that aren't technically within the boundaries. And I think that their voice and opinion matters because this was their land too. And again, I wanted to present that idea with also introducing ourselves. Amanda, we have Jill, and we have Lauren and Lisa. We have been working so many hours just doing research and working with these fine folks, learning about the heritage, learning about the history of this land and the people that were here. And it is quite beautiful. I can't think anything more fitting than the name Houston Ross Park to recognize the families that were here and are still here, very much still here. We still have family members that still live on the original acreage of Mittie Bell. And if you don't know the history of the Ross sisters in Mittie Bell, again, you can read about it in Gene Stowe's book, Inherit the Land, which is a beautiful story, love story, I think. And yes, and so again, back to our mission. Our mission is preservation, education, and community engagement. And this matters tremendously. I think it's kind of funny how I'm speaking after rural development. But what's important here is that we're in a pivotal moment with rapid development and population growth, and the risk of losing irreplaceable assets of our past increases each year. Cemeteries, homesteads, family records, and oral histories, and the rural charm of Marvin can quietly disappear unless someone is actively working to preserve them. Our goal is not to simply look backward, but it's to ensure that Marvin's future is grounded in a clear understanding of its past history, provides context for planning decisions, and enriches community identity. And we want to help new residents feel connected to this place that they now call home. I would like to yield my time to anybody else within the community that has come to attend, if they wanted to share their opinion on the name of the park. But again, I think it would be a beautiful full circle moment. And if you don't know the names, Sally, Maggie, Houston, Mittie Bell, J.J. Roan, Yarboroughs, William Banks, Bob and Dennis, Frank Crane, the Blackjacks, Aaron Howie House, and the Wolfville Academy, Lloyd Roan. I mean, did you know that we used to be called Porteth? So these are little things and little bits of histories that we're learning as we discover more and more with the help of our community. And I just wanted to take the time to thank you for allowing me to come, bring this to your attention. And again, if anybody wants to say anything, that's fine, you don't have to. But I yield my time to anybody that wants to say anything.
To the mayor and to the commissioners of this great community right here. I grew up here in Marvin as a little boy, as some of my relatives are here. I am a pastor, also a part of this community here. My great-grandmother was Mittie Bell Houston, and she was raised by the Ross sisters, who willed her over 760-something acres of land, willed her. But at that time, being a little black girl here in this community, if you will, get this book and read it before you make a decision, and you will understand the history of it, willed her the property. But Union County white residents decided that was too much property for a little black girl, and she took them to court, and the North Carolina State Supreme Court deemed it that it was her because of residents, white residents that came to her defense and said she was the only one that attended and cared for the Ross sisters, her and her father. And they deemed it, the North Carolina State Supreme Court deemed it that it was her right to own that property, and they willed it to her. So I ask you to think about, when you're getting ready to decide a name for the park, to consider Mittie Bell, Houston, and the Ross family at that particular time. Thank you.
So I just want to say I love this idea.
Recording in progress.
How are you doing, man? Good, good, good.
How's your family?
Good, everybody's good.
You guys stick around?
We went to Orlando.
Okay.
You know, when I was in banking, you know, loans are made and they blow up later.
Yeah.
I was a part of a lot of turnarounds.
Oh, I'm sure.
But, you know, one of the things is after a while they become your problems. It's like the traffic, the lawsuits, you know, it's like you always want to go in and say, hey, we disavow. You know what I'm saying? Because then pretty soon you'll be like, well, people will forget. You didn't create it.
Right.
You see
You're
what I'm
right.
saying?
So the history that's been made by the prior council.
Then all of a sudden, you know, 6 months from now, it's like, well, what's it? Wait, you've been there for 6 months? Isn't that you? Like, wait a second. I didn't approve it. You know what I'm saying?
Got it.
So just think about
Okay.
that. That was always something. It's like, you know, some things, it's like, I know you want to take your time. And some things you say, hey, we're looking at this. It's not our action.
Yeah.
You know, because people forget.
They do.
You know, and then all of a sudden, you know, especially in this county, when people could spread false rumors, you know, and all of a sudden, it's a whisper campaign.
Yeah.
You don't even have a chance to address the false rumor.
Yeah.
And people, like, well, look at this happened in September of 26.
Yeah.
Well, you know, we've been off the council. Yeah, it was your actions that caused it to happen. You see what I'm saying?
That's right. You're right.
So, especially whether it's the preserve or the lawsuit, you know, again, if a judge makes a ruling next year or later on, it's like, whoa, that was, you know.
Yeah.
I mean,
Exactly.
just
Guilty by association.
Yeah, and that's like a balancing act. Like, how do you deal with that in an expedition? You know, again, you don't want to be clumsy and go too fast.
Sure.
But then on the other hand, you don't
You
want
wanna drag it out too
becomes
long.
your problem.
Yeah,
You'll, after
that's
a while,
right.
you own it.
You're right. You're right.
You own it. You know, after 2 or 3 or 4 months. it's
Yeah.
like, now it's yours.
No, I think the first quarter of this year there's going to be a lot of actionable things that point in that direction.
That was always the thing. Because even we did that, because you know, you have a loan, they made it, well, it doesn't blow up for 2 years. Well, I never would have made the loan anyway. It's
Yeah.
a 5-year loan.
Right. And the clock is
slow.
And the clock is ticking. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only thing I would say, because I can see the way the Vandenbergs are going to be. They're going to, you know, any little thing,
Oh, yeah.
they're just going to want
Yeah.
you know, so if something comes up, it's like, wait, that was you guys.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Just because it happened 2 years from now, it wasn't you.
Exactly.
You didn't do this. You know, so it's more like, again, I think the majority of the community will know that, but you'll always know there are 30%.
Yeah. Appreciate that. I do. Thank you. Okay. Okay. I think we have our tech back up, so say some quick goodbyes, and then we'll call the meeting back to order.
So, Mr. Mayor, you are good to move on to reports and updates.
Okay. I We're going to re-adjourn the meeting right now. Thank you for all of your patience. Just in continuation of the last segment that was messed up by our IT and, the internet, I wanted to open up the dais for anyone else that had comments they wanted to make based on the last presentation.
Yeah, I think Bob couldn't have said it, I couldn't say it as well as Bob did, but I just wanted to second what he said, and I think it's a great idea and exciting, and I look forward to talking about it.
Just, I wanted to share, I had the pleasure to be introduced to Gene Stowe. I think it was first back in 2019 when I was on the PRG board, and he not only does he have the book, but he actually went on to make a documentary about it that I'm not sure if it's fully finished now, but I know that there was a lot of hard work that went into that. We have invited him in the past to speak at council, PRG, and unfortunately, I guess he wasn't able to be here tonight, but it is an amazing story. He's had his books available at our town hall, Marvin Day, and things in the past, and I'll be talking as the liaison to PRG tomorrow to consider this request.
I would just like to thank our guests that came tonight, and I want to say that Amanda did a great job with the presentation, and thanks for bringing Lauren and Jill. And I know Lisa's not here, but I know she works hard as well on this. But I mean, this does take work, it takes research, and I'm really glad that you came, you brought the receipts, that the Reverend spoke. It's a great piece of history there, so thank you very much. Okay, the next piece of business tonight is reports and updates. So we'll move on to the manager's report. Christina.
Mr. Mayor, mostly everything in the manager's report and Public Works is pretty much itemized out in an agenda item. So I don't have anything more to report on that.
All right, number 2, the planner's report.
Just have 2 items to update you guys on. First is our Tree City USA application status. Our regional coordinator approved our application, so it's now on to the state coordinator. So hopefully we'll have that approved. But just want to let you know, like I said, everything was submitted by end of December, and we've already gotten that first review of approval. So once I hear back on something, like I said, hopefully we receive that award, and then but I'll make sure to keep you guys updated in the process. And then, any questions on that, on Tree City? All right. The last item is just, I think I've mentioned this to all of you, we do have a new hire starting in the planning department. His first day will be next Monday. His name's Lucas Holden. He came by today, just moved. He went to school at UNC Charlotte, and then he's from Pennsylvania originally and was working up there, but he just relocated back down here. So he'll be here starting next week. So if you guys get a chance to come by and meet him, he'll be helping Austin and I out. Kind of, he's taking over that, or filling that position that Ptolemy was previously in. So just want to make sure you guys were aware of that. And unless there's any questions on anything, that's all I got.
Okay, great. Thank you, Hunter. The next piece is going to be the Public Works report.
Mr. Mayor, Council, one thing I wanted to report to you all is we just finished up some sidewalk repairs, mostly Weddington Chase. I think there were some minor repairs in, I can't remember the name of the other subdivisions. We sent emails over to the HOAs. Most of it was in Weddington Chase. We do have a couple of sidewalks that are remaining that we're going to do in-house. There's approximately $20,000 remaining in that capital project that we're working on. We're actually going to order a concrete grinder in-house. There's a specific name for it. I don't know the specific name for it off the top of my head, but they're going to do that in-house. I think it's approximately $3,000 to $4,000 for that piece of equipment. We'll be trained in it, and our guys will be able to go out and address kind of the little hazards that don't have to be replaced, just sidewalks that are kind of raised in various areas. So we'll have that piece of equipment in-house to be able to address it without continual contracts. Are there any questions on that?
I just have a quick question. I mean, is there a reason why we made a commitment to buy it instead of just like renting one as we need it? I mean, being trained in the equipment, but renting it from, say, any one of the Waxhaw equipment companies or any of those
We can
guys?
look into it. We haven't officially purchased it yet, but it's $3,000. Usually when we rent that equipment, it's at least $1,000, and we would have it in-house to pull out every time we need it instead of scheduling it, but we can look at renting it.
Yeah, I mean, we're not a sidewalk-rich type of village, but yeah, no, that's fine, as long as we're, trying to be nimble on stuff like that.
I have a question just because we're
Yeah,
doing it in-house, like, and you might not know the specifics, but like, when I think of a raised sidewalk, I think of like a trip hazard, so maybe 3/4 inch up, right? So I assume it's just ground down? Like,
Yes.
okay.
Yep.
But then the sidewalk's gonna be thin by an inch? Of
No,
what the
we've done
original
this
pour was?
before with we have a contract for our concrete work. We've done it before on Tom Short Road, several additions in Tom Short Road. If you want to walk down there and look at some of the areas that we've shaved it down, it only will shave off the little portion that's raised, and it kind of like levels it out. So in the area that is shaved, yes, it will be thinner, but it's not going to mess up the integrity of the sidewalk.
yeah, and just to clarify, in terms of the amount of sidewalk that we're responsible for now, I believe my understanding is that our understanding of that from a state ordinance perspective made it grow significantly, because essentially any subdivision road that we are responsible for, we also then have the responsible for the adjoining sidewalk, correct?
It's actually any road in the village, regardless if it's state or village maintained.
Yeah, so you may not think it's a lot, but we recently found out due to state requirements that it's a lot more than we even thought.
So we currently have 17 to 20 miles of roads in our jurisdiction, like our system. So we definitely have the sidewalks that are along those, but it would be in addition to any sidewalks that are in the jurisdiction of Marvin, regardless of who owns those streets. Marvin Creek, for example, we just went and did some repairs in that subdivision earlier this year. And we don't own the majority of Marvin Creek, for example.
I realize this is a little bit of a stupid question, but does that also mean that we'd be responsible for like snow removal on those sidewalks?
Snow removal is a different animal, and you usually aren't unless there's like an owner hidden condition, because that's part of it's more of an act of God, and it's temporary with the snow removal. In
I
certain
just always
areas,
thought the homeowner owned it. It was basically an easement across the person's yard, and they were responsible for the sidewalks and keeping them clean and all that stuff. No?
a lot of times with the HOAs, they will put additional responsibilities on there to have a higher and enhanced maintenance. But under North Carolina law, the municipality is responsible even on the state roads, which it was a state regulation that they passed, and they litigated it up when somebody was injured. And they're like, no, the state regulation says that, and it was somewhat surprising, but that is the law in North Carolina right now.
Thanks.
We do have maintenance agreements with a lot of HOAs that put the burden on the HOA to maintain their sidewalks. However, it comes into a situation where we would have to enforce that, and we would have to accept that liability, if something happens in between the time that we're forcing the HOA to, upkeep that maintenance. So we took the stance, the previous council took the stance that we would just kind of own that responsibility. That would be something that we would do instead of trying to fight every single HOA to maintain those standards, because we are ultimately liable and responsible at the end of the day.
Christina, a question. In the event or in the future, if Marvin were to take over the roads hypothetically in Bridle Path and Wyndham Hall, let's use that as an example, none of which have sidewalks. Based on this conversation, would sidewalks be necessitated in that example?
You mean, would we force?
Would they be put in?
No.
As part of the?
No. You can do an assessment process if the HOA is wanting to do that, if a HOA is wanting to do that, and that goes anywhere from sidewalks, curb and gutter, street repairs, that kind of thing. You can do an assessment process that basically the majority of ownership of that area, that road, would have to sign off and petition to the government entity that they want whatever improvement it is, and then they would basically, we would basically itemize out the cost per linear footage of the property, and then bill that person accordingly on their taxes. And it can be spread amongst, several years. I think the statutory max is somewhere between 8 and 10 years. But basically, we can do that to front the cost, to make the improvement, and then have the homeowners reimburse us back. And that carries with the property, so if the property is sold, it would carry over to the new property owner. But we wouldn't force them to do that. That would be something that would be petitioned to us. Are there any other questions?
Is that it on Public Works?
Yes.
All right, thank you. The next one is Parks and Recreation Report.
I don't really have a whole lot to report on Parks and Rec other than thank you to those who came out to the tree lighting in December. It was a great event, per usual, and well-attended. We also added a menorah to Village Hall for the first time, which was great. I enjoyed lighting. It was electric, of course, but I enjoyed lighting one every single day, and we're excited to have that be a new piece of our holiday decor here. Other than that, I don't think I really have much in Parks and Rec right now, other than just continuing to rent out our spaces and generate revenue that helps maintain it. So that's what I'm focusing on right now. If anybody has any questions, let me know.
I was at the tree lighting. John was there. You guys did a great job. So thanks, Jill. On the next, we've got the deputies report. Deputy Swan.
Usually I just leave it up to you if you have any questions or any concerns. I went through the long reports and didn't find too much other than what normally happens in Marvin, which isn't much, so.
Can you talk about the break-ins at Bonds Grove? Weren't there a couple of break-ins over there?
On Bonds Grove? Not that I'm aware
Off Bonds
of.
Grove somewhere?
No, we had one B&E that was reported, but it wasn't actually a B&E. I haven't heard of any break-in enterings on Bonds Grove. It's not in any of our long reports for last month.
It's Barrington neighborhood?
Barrington, we don't get those reports. That's Waxhaw.
It's Waxhaw, okay.
Yeah. We did have a B&E that was reported in Marvin, but it wasn't. It was, I can't really say too much about the owner, but it was, he thought there was somebody in his house, but there's some cognitive issues going on there, and it wasn't actually breaking and entering, so.
Okay.
That's not reflected in the report because it's been changed.
Okay.
The only other thing I have is there's some really high speeds, but those are generally being committed late at night when nobody's here, so, and it's only like one or two vehicles that are doing it. It's probably motorcycles or sports cars, one of the two. Does anybody have any other questions about anything in our reports? Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you for your service,
Thank
sir.
you, Ed.
Okay, next we've got the planning board report.
The scheduled planning board was canceled due to lack of agenda for December.
Okay, the next item is we've got the PRNG board report.
Yeah, PRG did not meet in December either, so nothing more to report.
How about coffee with council? We didn't have one, okay. And then the WUMA report. I know the next meeting is the 22nd of January because I'm going to be at it. And there's nothing to report on that until after the 22nd. So, okay. Section J is the consent agenda.
Someone just needs to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. Motion passes. First one is information only, Wounded Heroes.
You don't talk about
Oh,
them.
we don't talk about them?
You go into unfinished business.
We going, okay, thank you. Okay. Unfinished business, consider adoption of revised 2026 Village Council meeting schedule.
1 second here to pull it up on my end. I think our shared, oh, okay, it's back. When our AV went out, it took out our shared drive too, but that's back now. So for the meeting schedule, hopefully this will be the last time we talk about this for a while because there's a lot of work goes into moving dates around and rescheduling everything everywhere. A few notes, rescheduling the March 2nd budget work session. We're going to start the first budget work session on April 6th instead. Yes, it's moving to April. And your calendars should already be updated with this information. I will double check just to make sure that it is afterwards. We do have a couple points just to iron out. You currently have your May budget work session and regular meeting for May 4th. There is a rental here that night. So if you guys want to move that date, you can, or I can let the renter know that they need to make alternative plans for that night or pick a different night. So that one's totally up to you.
Well, when would we hope to do it? Tuesday, the 5th?
It's whatever, I know that y'all have a problem with Tuesdays because of travel. So you would probably either push it off a week, or you keep this date and I just ask the renter to pick a different night.
So the 11th? May 11th?
Hold on 1 second. I am actually not here that day either, on the 11th, so you wouldn't have a clerk for that day.
Maybe I could make a recommendation, we ask the renter if we could just move it.
We can do that.
And if it's a problem, we can come back and figure things out.
And it's
Or
in your,
could we do it like 2 hours earlier at 4 instead of 6?
That's totally up to you guys. But I don't know.
When are they renting it? What are the hours?
You'd be really pressed to get everything done in 2 hours for that. I would
Let's just ask them to move.
I'm going to ask them. Okay, so I've got my direction on that one. We have pushed the last budget work session to be just before the beginning of your May work session. So that budget work session, it would be May 18th, 9 a.m., and moving the date of the adoption for your budget to June 1st. We had to have it done by June 30th, so we're still good there. You have a meeting scheduled for July 6th right now. That is pretty close to the 4th. I know a lot of people do travel. We do normally try to keep meetings moved a little further away from the 4th, so I am recommending that you push that off a week, if that's good for you all.
13th?
To the 13th, yeah.
Everybody okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
So we will make that change. Lastly, we're just moving the September regular meeting to the second Tuesday to accommodate Labor Day, because Labor Day is the first Monday. So if everyone is good there, I'll make these changes, and we'll finalize this in your calendars, and should be good. Yes.
Yeah, Austin, as it, oh, sorry.
There's a conflict on the 15th. There's a planning board meeting that night.
15th, there's not 14th.
September 15th.
September 14th. I put on here Tuesday, I meant to say Monday, but it's Monday, September 14th.
Okay.
Austin, with these changes, I know specifically there are some effects to like PRG, because now council essentially meets one day before PRG each month, if we're doing the first Monday of each month. So if council wants to direct PRG to do something, it doesn't really leave time on their agenda. So is that something we want to talk to PRG about potentially changing? Because otherwise, it's almost 2 months kind of before you can get feedback from them.
For most months, it wouldn't be an issue, just because even though PRG meets the day after your regular meeting, most months you do have a work session. So you're able to direct them. They can talk about it the next day if they need to, if it's urgent. And then they can come back to you. We can bring that information back to you all for your work session.
So having one day still gives adequate notice to put something new on?
We can amend the agenda if something's urgent. That's not a problem.
Okay.
So if something's really timely, we can amend that agenda the following morning if we need to.
Okay, so you don't think we need to
I don't
make
think
any
it's gonna be
changes?
an issue, no.
Okay, just wanted to check.
Austin, I just want to update the council that by state law, your budget has to be adopted by June 30th, but this previous council had passed something that your budget had to be adopted by the end of May. So for you to adopt in June, I will be putting on consent agenda, probably for your next meeting, for you guys just to allow an exception, a waiver to that, so that, because you will be adopting.
-890 and 3:25-CV-00087-FB DW-DCK.
So moved.
All those for say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes.
By the time we get out of closed session, this should all be working again. So.
You can't bring them out, like notes and stuff. Yeah, so like if you take notes and stuff like that, yeah. I believe so. Ask Chaplin. Yeah. You can take notes to yourself, but not things. Yeah.
Recording in progress.
Yeah, but when, like, if you were on night shift, there's only like one or two of you, right?
That's right, three.
Yeah, you know Dennis Clausen? Big guy, big, tall guy. He just retired, took care of Jones. But he told me that, you know, they used to go to the old jail.
Two of us a night, yeah.
They'd come up in the car and
get in it and take quarter wheel with you and hit the road. That's all. Take care, sir. Have a good day, man. You too. I put an application in, and I knew one of the woman that was working in the council, he said he looked at this, pulled my application out, slid it back in, threw it in the garbage can, and said, I'm not hiring any damn Yankees. Because they couldn't find my packet when they went to look for it when I applied for a job again. I wonder if I can go now with the crazies or not.
Probably, but I would wait till they're out of close.
Well, I thought Warren switched from it was a Union Bureau lot now that was more, was given something that was just like.
And I think the only reason they're saying that is because the whole quote unquote well, because in the book, there's a well on Robbie's property next door. But in the book, here at the land, it talks about how there was a baby that was, basically Ross Rowan, one of them had an affair, they had a baby, they killed the baby, threw it out. That's like the gist of the story. And they're saying it's the well on Robbie's property. So I think that's how they're quote unquote associating, saying that this has been part of the.
Oh, so they're gonna try to stop that from happening?
Oh, they already have, but then.
How could they do that? I thought it's been approved.
Well, the rezoning's been approved, but like what they did is they registered an unverified gravesite, and then Dean Stowe confirmed that the body was removed from the well. So it's not a gravesite. So that's scrapped. I think they've been using that. I'm trying to connect dots here. Is that it seems like they've been saying that this property used to be then, like I said, probably be.
Well, if you can't use it for that, you know what I do if I was Robbie? I told him I'd fence it in, put the pond at the back of the property, and have raised pigs.
His own little residential, you do agriculture. Well, his zoning's been approved. They can't take, nobody can take that away. The only thing that can really get held up now is that as he's going through the construction document phase, and has to get permitting through the state and stuff, like, if they were, like, this is what's happening on the Zepso property right now, is that there's an unverified grave site over there. They had to, because they were getting a 404 permit from the Army Corps of Engineers, it triggers this like federal nexus, as they call it, which then opens it up where applicable state and federal agencies can comment on the permit, one of those being the State Historic Preservation Office. And because they documented an unverified gravesite on that property, they had to do a archaeological due diligence on the property to verify that it was a gravesite. They did that, got their permit from the Army Corps, and now they're saying that they didn't study the whole site. And I'm like, I don't, like personally, like, if Peter and them are doing something shady, remove the gravesite, whatever, that's on them. I have no jurisdiction. That's a law enforcement thing on top of like, they have to have some actual.
And if they actually had a baby buried there that long ago, there wouldn't be anything wrong.
And that's just the thing, it's like, all of this is like hearsay. I mean, that's how history is, like oral history, but it's like,
I'm gonna go a step further. God forgive me.
make sure your mic's turned off.
I did hear it say before you.
This one's not.
I do need a motion to go back into open session. So moved.
Let's go back, yeah, so moved.
Okay. All in favor?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, motion passes. We're reconvening.
We were, when we recessed to go into closed session, we were under the meeting schedule. I do need a motion for that. So if someone wants to,
Which meeting schedule?
the meeting schedule, how I briefed y'all on those few changes.
For the coffee with council?
No, right before that, the council meetings.
Oh, the other one. Okay, so what do you need?
I need a motion to adopt the revised council meeting schedule.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, now?
So we're at K2, the discussion of coffee with council events through March.
Okay, so you guys asked me to get rid of the evening coffee with council and replace it with a Saturday morning. Since your meetings are on the first and third weeks, I kind of followed that same pattern, so I went with the third Saturday of each month. I recommend keeping the hours at 10 to 11, so people always know when coffee with council is. Keeps the times consistent.
10 to 11 on Saturday?
Mm-hmm.
Is that,
We're, just to ask a quick, were we going to get rid of all evening ones in lieu of Saturday, or? Because the only issue you have there is there's certain people that can only come during the day versus certain people that may only become in the evenings, so.
That was the direction I got at the last meeting.
Okay.
Again, so that your Saturday's a weekend, so that does make it available for more people. And my only argument for keeping all of them at 10 to 11 a.m. is people would always know when it's happening. No one's gonna be confused on time.
the only issue with Saturday mornings like that, though, that late, is usually a lot of kids have games on
Yeah.
Saturdays,
think-
all throughout the year, so that would be my only concern, is if we did it on Saturdays, I'd rather do it earlier,
Yeah, I think 9, 10, or even,
or even
8,
8:30
9.
to 9:30 or something.
yeah.
Yeah. Just so maybe more people would come. And I don't know that we have to completely do away with the evening meetings, but maybe we just alternate. Like 1 month it's 2 mornings, and the next month it's a morning and an evening, like a Saturday morning and then an evening during the week.
We would just have to be really careful to publicize it a lot, because I do think people would start getting confused.
Okay.
value in consistency of time and place.
Okay.
That's totally up to y'all for how you want to do it, though. So we can do Saturdays, we can do whatever time you want. I just need to know going forward so I can order banners.
Yeah, I mean, I drink an obscene amount of coffee, ADHD, and my wife's always on me to medicate, but I don't. I just drink coffee. And
Okay.
all right, even I am not going to drink coffee at 6 p.m.
Yeah, that's true.
So everyone good with the third Saturday? Any issues with that, first off? Okay.
And that's the 21st?
Yeah, and we'd follow that pattern throughout the year. Now, where do you all want to land on
So
times?
are we starting in February on Saturday? Okay, so what are the February and March dates then?
Do you mind if we iron out the times first, then we'll go to signing people up?
Yeah.
Okay. So for Saturday for time, do y'all want to do just 9 to 10
9 to
instead?
10, yeah.
Okay, so I will make that change really fast. Make a note for myself here. And I'll order banners coming up, and they'll take a couple weeks to come in. Okay, so for the dates, Thursday, February 5th, 10 to 11 a.m.
Okay.
I'm happy to do that one.
Fred and who else?
I'll do it.
Angel? Okay.
You said 10 to
10
11?
10 to 11,
Okay.
Thursday, February 5th.
Okay.
Saturday, February 21st, 9 to 10. Joe?
Do we want to do all of them, 9 to 10, just to keep them
Is
consistent?
that President's Weekend?
No, President's Weekend's the weekend of Valentine's Day. I believe it's the 16th.
Okay, so it's the week before.
It'll be the Saturday after President's Weekend. It'll be the 21st, correct?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you were saying.
21st of February?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
So,
To Bob's point, is it worth doing the same time frame always? So that people know it's always like
Between
9, 10.
Keep it,
Yeah, just 9, 10 maybe?
Yeah, that's fine.
So,
So
9,
just do
10.
9 to 10?
keep it 9
the only issue you'll run in there is our doors don't automatically open until 10. We can change that or just manually keep them unlocked for those days. Just something else we have to remember to do. But we could do 9 to 10 if that's what y'all want.
It's
Yeah,
a
earlier
better
the
time
better.
frame.
People get on with their
Yeah.
day. I will need to order 2 new sets of banners, so we will just absorb that cost, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so for Saturday, February 21st, I've got Joe and who else?
I'll do it.
Tom, okay.
Austin, will you just give me all the weekend dates so I can block off rentals, please?
Yep.
Thank you.
Can do that. Okay, Thursday, February 5th, 10 to 11 a.m.
No, it's 9 to 10.
Huh?
Did we do it, didn't we move it 9 to 10?
I'm sorry, yes. 9 to 10, sorry. John and
I'll do John and Bob.
What was that
Oh,
date
Fred
again?
and, when is this one?
You meant March 1st. I think you said February.
Said February.
You meant March 5th.
if I said, I meant March 5th, Thursday.
Oh, March
okay,
5th,
okay,
okay.
So I got John and Bob. Saturday, March 21st.
I can do that again this Saturday.
I can do it.
Joe and Angel. Okay. That's all I need for now. I'll come back. You guys will see this quarterly because it's easier just to build it out like as we go along.
And does any of this affect some of the ones that I think are already on the calendar over the next couple of weeks?
No, we're not, January's staying the same. We've already signed up for those. We've already got
Yeah,
graphics.
okay.
This is only February and March we're doing right now.
Okay.
Did you say March the 5th?
Thursday, March 5th. That's in the morning, yeah. Okay, so I've got my direction here. Don't need any action on that. So, Mr. Mayor, you are good to move on.
We're good.
So are we good to move on with K3?
Okay, let's see here. K3, we're going to discuss trail signs, both directional and no motor vehicles.
So, Mr. Mayor, for the next 3 items, I've actually prepared a pretty in-depth motion that I think all of you are going to be okay with. So if someone wants to just read the motion, and then you guys can have other discussion if you don't agree with the motion. But essentially, this K3, and this, what I just said applies to the next 3 items. K3, the discussion of trail signs, basically evolved around an issue at the preserve, and then also creating some wayfinding signs for some of our greenways and trails. I think the conception was, at the time, we wanted to have some directional signage for greenways and trails. That would have originated from PRG. They actually wanted to see some signage. Those are in your agenda packets. There's been some discussion about not wanting these, at least at the preserve level. I don't know about other HOAs. We haven't asked them. We haven't heard from them. But my thought is that you all don't want to see these directional signs. And if that's the case, that's how the motion is presented. I also addressed the no motorized vehicles in the motion to install those signs and then to not install the cameras at the preserve for surveillance. So that's all encompassed in that motion that I've got in your.
So I will read this for y'all, and you can just decide if you want to change it. To direct staff to proceed with ordering signs prohibiting the use of motor vehicles on trails and rescinding previous direction regarding directional signs and public safety surveillance. So,
So moved.
Question. Motorized vehicles, does that include the new electric bikes?
It does not.
And why not?
There's a statutory, I'll let you.
Yeah, it's the definition of a vehicle, and the motorized has a different definition, and the state statutes really haven't caught up with it yet. But it's one of those strange areas where it's hard to capture one without the other, without cross-referencing the North Carolina state statutes. But right now, we're following the definition of a motorized vehicle, and it can be an electric vehicle if it goes above
20 miles an hour.
Yeah, I was going to say a certain miles per hour.
Or a certain voltage of them. So there's different classifications we've had to have conversations about.
If you would think of your motorized bicycle that has a smaller engine that facilitates you don't have to pedal as much, that would not be governed. But they have some of these that are almost like mini bikes that go fast.
Yeah,
Some
but
of those can go.
I think to Bob's point, can't we just prohibit e-bikes in addition to motorized vehicles without really worrying about the definition of motorized?
Well, right now, yes, we could, but right now, we are doing a sign reference in our ordinance, and our ordinance is written for motorized vehicles, so we would have to, we'd have to pass an ordinance. We can't just regulate and make something illegal by the sign, but we can look into that.
Well, I think our fear is, you know, as an example, Tullamore, I was out on the Tullamore Trail this past week, and there was a young man on one of these new bikes. And our trails are composite trails. They're crushed concrete, crushed stone. And when it rains, we have drainage problems on some of our trails already without introducing bikes to them. And if there's some way we can have some verbiage to prohibit it, or at least make people think about it before they get onto the trail.
Should we table this so that we can address the ordinance and not spend money on signs that are not?
Well, the ordinance would be the same ordinance. So we can go ahead and order the signs and reference the same ordinance. We're not going to change the ordinance number. And we can look into that legally per ordinance 9704.
Well, I appreciate it.
Yeah, more than likely what would happen is we would just add some verbiage into that existing ordinance. So whether it changes today or 3 years from now, the ordinance would still be in place.
That'd be great.
Because, yeah, motorized, we can just tweak the terminology, so motorized is electric or combustible. Motorized is motorized, we would just tweak that definition. So it's still no motorized vehicles.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
You can still move forward with the motion. I think there's a motion on the table, and then what'll happen is we'll come back and redefine what that ordinance states.
But the verbiage on the signs, right? So if it says no motorized vehicles, but I'm on an e-bike, maybe I don't see it as a motorized vehicle, so I still take my e-bike, and someone says, hey, you can't do that, and I'm like, there's no motor? What are you talking about?
So you want it to say no motorized vehicles and e-bikes?
I think so.
Okay.
Even referencing the same statute, and we just amend the statute to say
Okay,
also
well,
e-bikes.
then
and
we'll
things.
table it then.
Just one thing I wanted to add to, just in how this came about. We had a couple of complaints specifically from the preserve. One about a potential vehicle that was parked on the trail. We don't know what that vehicle was, may have been utility truck or something, things like that. The directional signs were really in response to those residents' concerns as well, because there are areas that we have where a Village of Marvin trail may be at or near a private trail. So what we were trying to do in providing these things is to say, here's the Village of Marvin trail, you know? If we don't have those directional signs, the concern is that how do you identify a private trail from a Village of Marvin trail? We thought if we started to label the Village of Marvin trails at least, you know, we would be responding to those residents' concerns.
So there's a motion on the table. She needs to withdraw.
Yeah, first.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay, Angel withdraws, okay. So I just put a draft motion in your system to defer consideration until a future meeting to be determined.
So
Are you
moved.
good with that, Chaplain?
So moved.
Okay.
All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And the motion passes. Okay, the next item is K4. We're going to discuss and consider the adoption of the resolution rescinding Resolution 2025-1002, partial acceptance of Newtown Road with repair contingency.
Mr. Mayor, Cancel, this was a resolution to rescind the previously approved Cancel's resolution to accept the Newtown Road maintenance from roughly Waxhaw Marvin roundabout to the state line. And then the draft motion that I have in here prepared for you guys is to withdraw that, rescind that resolution, and then to reinstate discussion of the partial acceptance from approximately Waxhaw Marvin to Marvin Road at a later date. So not taking any action on the second one, but just having discussion about the second one.
So I can read this out loud again, and you can make a motion and have discussion. To adopt the resolution to rescind Resolution 2025-1002, partial acceptance of Newtown Road with repair contingency, and direct staff to add consideration of alternative resolution of acceptance of Newtown Road from approximately Waxhaw Marvin roundabout to Marvin Road roundabout at the February 16th council work session.
So moved.
All of those in favor?
You would do
Need a
further
second.
discussion first here. You
Yeah.
want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Is there a second?
No, we got to talk about it first.
Okay. So it's further discussion, so.
So we're rescinding it and saying we're going to talk about it at the work session?
You're rescinding the current resolution that we're going to move forward with, taking over all of Newtown Road from here to the state line. Rescinding that and asking us to bring back this at a future meeting with a different resolution to consider a different portion of the road, if that makes sense.
Between the two roundabouts. And it's just to talk about it, not to do it, just to discuss it.
Yeah, I think it's important to consider, especially between the two roundabouts. Number one, in terms of, that would give us the ability to lower the speeds, potentially from 35 to 25. Some of the other discussion that's been around what we could potentially do at that point is also do, certain trucks for local deliveries only. Because more and more, we're becoming a cut-through between 521 east and west to Providence Road. So I think it's important that at a minimum, we still consider that. I didn't see the added extension to the state line as a big issue in the past, only because I think with that kind of dangerous curve, and the reason we have our radar signs out there is because it is a high speeding area, and that could well do with lowering the speed limit there as well. But at a minimum, I think we still need to consider between the two roundabouts.
So you do have that motion on the table.
So you want to vote on it now?
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? Okay, the motion stands.
Motion passes
Passes.
unanimously.
All right, let's see here. K5, consider approval of the change order with the Angsley Construction for the additional plants, pedestrian trail lighting, and extend the electric to water feature in the amount of $32,000 from contingency.
So this is our first change order with the Village Hall Park construction. We don't currently have any pedestrian light poles along the trail. Don't know if that's something you guys want. It's something that is being proposed. Essentially, what it would be is a carryover of the same exact lights we have in the parking lot around the trail that's in the Village Hall Park. Nowhere else along the trail, just the one in Village Hall Park. The way that I've got the motion written is it would come with a locked control panel so that we can turn them on and turn them off just for events. If y'all want to leave them off at night to discourage folks from, loitering there, that's totally fine. We would just keep them off at night. The second thing that's on there is the additional plants. You may or may not recall this, but the PRG board went through a kind of elaborate landscaping plan. That's inside of your agenda packets. They really want to see this landscaping plan, so they're changing out some of the plants. Very detailed plans in your agendas. That includes a change order for taking some of those plants out and then redoing what PRG wants to see. And then the last thing is running the electric down for the pedestrian lights, and then also for a future water feature that we will bring back to you all at a future date. I would consider adopting or maybe recommending a small working group comprised of me and one of you all and a member of the PRG board, which I've already spoken to Christina Traub and Christina Culp, and we would like one of those to be on this little working group to decide the aesthetic features of this water feature, and then we'll come back to you all for another change order for that.
I'll do it.
So I've got the motion prepared for all of that. I will have to come back, like I said, for a change order on the water feature itself, which is approximately $20,000 or less. And then there is one more additional feature that's in your agenda packets. There's a small concrete slab that we'll have to put in for ADA seating, companion seating for one of the seating structures. So that'll be another change order that you all see.
Christina, when talking about the park, who on the council has sat with PRG in terms of determining the plants that are going to be put out there?
I don't, maybe Andy.
Well, I'm in the PRG meetings where all of that was discussed. as the liaison, so yeah.
As I'm looking at the plans, most of them are, almost all are native.
Except the
And I think
olive, tea
everybody
olive.
needs,
The tea olive apparently is not.
There's a couple that are not, but yeah.
But there's, the vast majority are native. And that's all well and good if everybody understands that a large part of the year it's going to be unattractive. So if that's okay with council, that's great. And I'm all for native plants, but I think everybody needs to understand, a lot of them are deciduous, and they bloom at different times of the year. So I don't know who approved or didn't approve the plan, but I just think a combination of non-native and native might make some sense. But I was just curious as to who approved it, and is the plan already in place and ready to go?
So the PRG spent a lot of time on the plan. I mean, they spent months on it. They approved it 10 times over, and then it was presented to the previous council, who in turn approved it as well.
Okay.
Bob, do you maybe want to add, you maybe want to meet with them and add some things that you...
No, because if it's already done, Angel, I just want to make sure the council understands.
Well,
Yeah.
Well,
It's like the roundabouts too, you know, we had some considerations about the
a long
roundabouts.
time ago, when we did roundabouts, everybody wanted 100% native. And we fought to put in the wintergreen boxwoods to make sure we had evergreens in there, so that at any time of the year, you had greenery. And I'm not trying to throw something in the ointment, but I just want to make sure everybody understands that native plants behave differently than non-native plants sometimes, and the combination of the both could be better served. But anyway, no, I'm not trying to change it, I just want
okay,
everybody
well,
to understand
even
what
though
you
it's been
got.
approved by a former council, it's
Yeah.
not been formally dedicated in terms of dollars to cents, so it can still be changed at this point in time.
Well, I just think it'd be worth looking at, and there may be a lot more native than when I went through the plant list. And maybe it's gonna look great, and then, you know, if the other council thought it was appropriate, I'm sure I'm gonna be good with it, but I just wanna make sure everybody understands how native plants behave.
So there's two options at this point, and honestly, they're not going to be planning anytime soon. We can make the change order approved contingent on moving that section of it out. I think it's $5,500, so we can make the change order, heck, you can make the change order, you can approve it contingent upon a revisiting of the actual plans, and we can work around making changes to the actual landscaping plan. If you want to get with Christina Colt,
Well, I'll
and we
just
can
get
sit
up
down.
with Christina and talk to her.
So why don't you all, can you change that motion to,
I would just take it out, because if they're approving it, they're approving the amounts for each one.
yeah, but if we can get.
I have
if we
a
can get
question
it
about the
from
lights. If the lights are going to be off at night,
Are you,
right?
you
like-
said, are they?
No, well, like, one of the things was, I am concerned about people hanging out, right? So the park by Publix, that's like just two park benches, is, blows my mind, but it's frequented by teenagers and stuff, right? And sometimes I drive my golf cart up through there, and there's garbage and condom wrappers and things like that, right? Which is probably not the intention of the park. But I think when you add a water feature and more interesting things than a Publix parking lot, you might get some of those folks coming over here and hanging out. And I think if you have lights, that might attract people to hang out, because it's a nicer park that they can hang out at night. And if you have lights but you keep them off at night, one, is there a point of having lights there if you shut them off at nighttime? And
For
two,
events.
then it's kind of more inviting maybe for that kind of stuff, like we'll hang out and there's a pond, and I don't know. I don't know if it's a good idea to put lights in the park.
Totally up to you guys.
The reason that I asked her to look into it was because if we're going to be planting a big, like, Christmas tree and having a Christmas
For sure.
tree lighting there, we don't have, you know, it's going to be at night. And I don't know that we're going to have gobs of things at night in that park, but if we do,
We're gonna want
there's
lights.
no lights.
Right,
So that's why it was important to have the on-off button.
right.
So when we do use it, we have lights out there, but, you know, and we may use it a lot, I don't know, but right now, there's nothing.
Right.
So,
I think also, you know, we talk about it being at night, and at night, you know, sometimes bad things happen at night, but it also gets dark at 5 o'clock, you know, a good part of the year as well, you know? So having lights available, at least for those times, I think is appropriate. Between that and, you know, just having some other events or things like that. I think more than anything, while you're building it, that's when you want to have the infrastructure in for those things. Because to do anything later, it costs significantly more.
Fair points, yeah.
Maybe we have a motion-activated light that comes on in the middle of the night when it's intended for that park not to be, you know, I guess occupied, where a motion light comes on and it's bright, and it would, you know, I guess effectively scare away anybody that's really not supposed to be there. That may be able to be done rather cheaply. Those lights are not that expensive. My second question would be, are we going to have cameras on that are monitoring the park? And if there is a light that comes on, you know, we can see if there's, you know, make sure there's no vandalism and things like that.
There's currently no cameras planned to go there. It's obviously something we can add. We do project to have some money left over that if y'all want to add that, we can. We'd obviously have to have power and somewhere to, you know, handle all that. But, I mean, we also have trail cams that we've purchased that we're not going to use for the intended purposes, so we can, you know, reallocate those to something else, but it's not going to be like surveillance. It'll just be, you know, photos.
I mean, is there one that can be mounted on the side of the building that kind of oversees the park and
Yeah, I
have a
just don't know if it-
floodlight there? And if it's 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, or it's 1 a.m. in the morning, and, I mean, deer may set it off, for all we know. They set mine off, but it may be an effective way at a low cost to kind of thwart what Fred has witnessed over near Weddington Chase.
Yeah, I mean,
Publix.
we have a camera on that side of the building. We can kind of reposition it. I don't know how far it's going to get into Village Hall. I mean, I mean, the park, we can obviously move it and play with it and see, but, I mean, if you guys don't want to do any of this, you don't have to. It's just, it's options. You guys can deny it all or, you know, change around some of it. It's totally up to you guys.
I'm convinced. I like the idea of the lights.
Just let me know how I need to change this.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I said I'm convinced. I like the idea of the lights.
You do like the idea? Okay. So why don't, Councilmember Nunnenkamp, do you want to revisit the planting with Christina Culp?
Not really. Honestly.
We can
I do-
always add plants
No, they
in.
spend a great deal of time against it, and you've got
Okay.
two ladies that are very knowledgeable about native plants. My only point was
Okay.
for everybody to understand what you're getting. That's my only point.
Well, we can always add some in.
Okay.
You know, maybe in our working group, we can at least broach that subject
Okay.
and just say, hey, can we put a couple pretty things that are not going to be ugly when the native stuff is? Maybe
I've
we can
put
at least
in-
have that conversation.
I've put in a little bit of contingency into what I'm asking you guys to do anyway, so there's a little bit of fluff in there that we can probably use for some pretty plants.
Okay.
So I don't need to change the motion?
No.
Okay.
When are they going to, Christina, not to be dead horse here, when are they going to present to, when are we doing the joint PRG meeting?
I think it's in March.
It'll be your March regular not your March.
And when is the planting taking place at the park?
It's a great question. Probably not any time in the next month or two. So I think we've got some time.
Well, what might be a good idea is have Christina and Jen present to the new council the plants, the planting, and what they're going to look like. And that may alleviate some of my concerns and maybe some concerns of the council.
So there is, not that you can really tell what it is, but Christina Culp, I don't know if you saw this in your agenda, but she presented she put together a nice, pretty Excel sheet that I didn't even know you could do.
Yeah, I saw it.
That kind of shows you some of the layout of some of these. Now, you have to use your imagination.
Right.
But I don't know that Christina Culp has any, like, drawings or any images, elevations, so to say, of what the plants are going to actually look like. I mean, we could maybe put it in AI and see if it can spit something back that's.
I think Christina could come and.
Yeah, I'll have our meeting at PRG tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
So I'll discuss that with Christina and folks there and talk about if we have a work session coming up or, you know. do we have a work session later this month?
We don't.
We don't, because we have the retreat.
But we can
So,
defer some of the conversation to
Till
maybe
till
add
the
some.
next meeting, yeah.
Or I'm asking you guys also to establish a little working group to come up with the aesthetic features for the pond itself. And maybe we can add in some of the,
I think that'd be great, and that way the council knows what's going to take place out in the park and what it's going to look like.
well, and then two of you guys can come to
Yeah,
this.
you and Angel could be part of that committee, because
Yeah.
you're not a quorum.
Okay.
And I already scheduled a meeting too. I'll send you an invite.
So the motion in the system right now is to approve the change order with Angsley Construction in the amount of $31,000 from contingency, with a 10% contingency to add a locked control switch for lighting, and direct staff to create a working group to consist of the village manager, a council member, 2 council members, and a PRG board member.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? And the motion passes. Okay, the next is case 6. Discuss and consider the adoption of resolution accepting the Village of Marvin's Safe Streets for All SS4A grant award.
Okay, I'll be really brief on this. We were awarded this grant a while back. It's a federal grant that would help us fund the creation of a Safe Roads Action Plan for pedestrian safety. It's a federal grant. It was frozen by the Trump administration shortly after his term began. It's been unfrozen now. Our contract is still under review federally, so any guess as to how long that would take? There's a draft resolution here. If you guys are interested in accepting this grant, it's a total of $72,000. We would be on the hook for $14,400 for the creation of this plan.
If we wanted to do crosswalks, but would this supersede what the NC DOT would allow us to do since they own the?
No,
From the
this
roads, or-
would be a plan that would establish infrastructure projects that would benefit pedestrian safety, but it's not going to just give us blanket approval to do whatever we want.
Right, so if we came up with a proposal with what we could do with that 72,000, and we identified 2 different places in Marvin where maybe a crosswalk or a flashing light and a zebra makes sense, is that something that we could maybe propose, but we wouldn't get flack from the NCDOT? Because I've heard in the past, we can't do it because the NCDOT owns those roads. but
If it's a DOT road, that's more difficult, but this would be a plan, something we would be able to present saying that we actually have a plan for this. Is that fair to say, Christina?
Are you asking if we had a plan for a pedestrian crosswalk if,
No, if we don't have a plan, I'm throwing a couple ideas out there for how we could spend that 72 grand, because
It's not for
something
construction.
affordable to help pedestrian
not for
safety.
construction?
This is not for construction, this is just
Education?
for the use, like, we would hire a firm to come in and write this plan for us. We would pay $14,400. The
I
remainder
see.
would come from the grant.
All right, so
It'd be
it's not a
just
true
establishment of a
handout.
plan.
It's money to create a plan to be shovel-ready for when and if a grant project comes around that we can.
Okay.
So they would determine where we might benefit from
Yeah.
crosswalks or zebras or things, and then we would present that to NCDOT, like, look, this is a good idea. We
Yeah,
could use
but
this.
the DOT's probably not gonna do anything unless we pony up some money, so it would really just be dependent on if some type of grant came about, if, Hunter found some CRTPO money that we could use for a project, we would probably have to contribute some level of money towards it, so just being transparent on that.
This is purely a planning grant. There are other recipients who have an implementation construction style grant.
Okay.
But the plan comes first. This part comes before you move to any sort of construction.
What does something like that cost? Like to get a plan like that? Like 50 grand or more?
Probably within the.
It all depends on the scope of it. It's 3 intersections, 4 intersections, The scope is going to determine, how much study they have to put into it.
If we were to move forward, we would put out an RFP, RFQ to designate a firm to do this for us. They would determine what locations, where.
Okay.
I would like to also add, so CRTPO got a regional grant to do kind of a similar thing. The reason I'm bringing this up is because, one, that does provide potential cost savings for us, part of this, because there's going to be data, information and stuff that CRTPO is already looking into, so we can kind of piggyback off of that. It also then allows, with CRTPO's relationship with DOTs, some of the DOT-specific roads, potential identification there, kind of incorporating some of that stuff into ours. So there is some overlap. We've already had those conversations with CRTPO. I'll have to just follow back up with them because we were all in a holding pattern with the Trump freeze. But I do want to mention that we're going to get more out of this plan specific to Marvin that we're going to be able to kind of then piggyback off of from the CRTPO regional plan.
Like I said, this is a federal grant, so it's more hoops to jump through, more complicated administration, so it's something that we will be dedicating a lot of time to. So what we're really asking for, we do have a resolution of acceptance here if you wanted to go that far tonight, but the very least we would ask is this something that you would want us to continue allocating time for, this sort of project? We're still in contract with you right now. We're not in any rush.
Well, what do you think? I mean, is it time prohibitive where your time could be better spent somewhere else, or do you think that it's worthwhile?
I don't know if I'm qualified to answer that, honestly, for this subject matter.
Okay.
But
I think
I will say we're still in the early stages, so I can't say what kind of administrative burden there would be yet.
Okay.
We will allocate our time where you guys see fit that our projects are warranted. So if you want to think about it, you don't have to approve the resolution tonight. You can toy it around in your minds, and we can bring it back. If you want to table it into, another work session, it's totally fine. But if you guys want to see, the project be put to use and at least use the money since it's there, we can, go with it and see what happens. Totally up to y'all. You want to think about it, and we can bring it back?
See, this is the only issue I have with government. We got to spend money, It's just like every time we turn around, we've got studies, and it's not free. We've got to pony up with more money. And it's like, at a certain point, we've got to stop and sit here and go look at a reality. What are we dealing with now? And even if this study came through and it said the viability of whatever, crosswalks or whatever it might be, we got a whole lot of other stuff to cover before that, Marvin Road is safe enough to cross, I don't think we need to spend $14,000, even though they're throwing 72 at us. I don't think we need any more studies. I think, we need to stop studying studies and take care of things that, to your point, we don't need, you work hard enough, and you only have so many people here. I don't think you need any more workload.
It's almost a solution in search of a problem.
Yeah, I don't think,
Yeah.
I would agree with Bob. I mean, if we were going to expand greenways and create more episodes of people crossing roads to get to another greenway, and we were flush with cash, this may be a project that we would take on, but in my personal opinion, I don't think it fits what our near-term agenda is, at least over the next few years.
Agreed.
If you, are you saying you all are interested in withdrawing?
Yes.
Table.
If someone can make a motion, if you want to table this, or if you want us to just withdraw, that's up to you guys. I would just need a motion.
Can I ask one question? I mean, what do you see as like any potential negative impact if we decide we don't want to take the grant? I mean, is that going to impact our reputation with the
There's
feds?
usually
Granting agencies do look at funding history and withdrawals. I can't tell you whether it's going to affect it positively or negatively, but it is a factor to consider because it is taken into consideration in terms of they do look at it. It does, the history is there. So
If I can also add kind of to go off of Councilman Markleese's comment, like these plans they're planning tools, but the biggest thing, you get out of them is it does then open us up for opportunity for additional funding in scenarios to, actually implement, construct, maybe some of the recommendations out of it. So having like the plans in place and adopted does help with future funding opportunities there. Just kind of, once again, I know it's a plan that then sometimes addresses other stuff, but at the end of the day, it does come down to the council still implementing that plan at their, discretion if that comes to funding and all that. But it's an opportunity to have a plan in place to then open us up for additional funding in the future.
Yeah, I would say the experience we've had with grants and having gotten, I think, over $4 million in the last 5 years, what we found is that when you have those plans in place already, when it comes to the construction grants and things like that, that's that's where you really get the benefit of those earlier investments. So you may have made a $14,000 investment for $90,000 worth of work, but that may help you get a grant to actually fix an intersection or put in some crosswalks, which have been considered in specific areas. I mean, Marvin Creek as a community is really set on two separate sides of a busy road, you know? Same thing with Firethorn and Firethorn at Innisbrook, you know, they're kind of similar communities. So, you know, I think that's what Hunter's trying to say, is that it can affect, you know, I know there's been some talk about, well, we can't keep doing these grants because we've got to pay portions of it. But I keep reminding folks too, when we don't go for these grants, that's our money too, that's going somewhere else, you know? And we got to kind of weigh that balance.
So of the $72,000 total, $14,400 is on us, and then 57.6 or something like that, 56.6. 57,600 would be what we would get.
So why don't we just table it?
Yeah.
And we can talk more about it. Because I don't want to do anything that's going to hurt us for future grants for things that we need.
Especially safety.
Yeah.
Let me, is there a meeting you want to send this to, or just in general?
March.
Just do the March work session.
Yeah.
And well, I think too, at least from the council priority sheets, I know some of those intersections were discussed as part of what we'll be discussing on the retreat. So I would think that might be an appropriate time too to kind of have that conversation.
So I have a motion to defer consideration until the March 16th council work session.
All of those in favor?
Aye.
All of those opposed? And the motion passes.
All right, good there.
Okay, the next item is to discuss and consider the acceptance of 95% of the Stream Bank Rehab Assistance Program plans, known as STRAP, change order for the RFP, and project manual review for the 6 Mile tributary.
That would be me, Mr. Mayor. So, this is a pretty big item. Basically, this is a grant that we received maybe a year ago, maybe last year. We were receiving a lot of complaints, primarily in Marvin Creek, about flooding. So we started looking into opportunities that we could basically match some resources in the community, in the world, so to say, with some community needs. We found the STRAP grant. We wrote it for 3 different areas, I think maybe 4 different areas, and we were subsequently awarded for the Marvin branch, which is basically in Marvin Creek in the preserve area. We had some issues with property access at the time, so we kind of started on that project in Marvin Creek. I think we spent maybe $20,000, $30,000 in engineering, and due to the property access issues, we had to pull out and withdraw and move to a secondary location where we were going to lose the funding. So that's what we did, and we have moved to the 6 Mile tributary between Tullamore and the other side of Marvin Creek. So that's what you have in front of you today. We're almost at 100% plans. We've got 95% in front of you. You can kind of flip through and see some of the detailed drawings as to what they're proposing. They have put in a construction estimate of around $115,000. Our engineering contract was $171, so just kind of put some numbers into perspective. We're kind of right on target. We might slightly go over. I'll have to come back for a budget amendment from fund balance if so, but we will try to work within that construction allotment. We can itemize some things out in the construction bid, so when we get that back, we can rehab that conversation if y'all want to commit any money to it, or if you just want to go with what we've got left in that pot. I have presented to you all the RFP and the project manual that I've personally put together. I'm obviously not an expert on technical skill for engineering, so I did the best that I could. I'm asking for another $1,000 to get our engineering firm to review what I've put together, because it is, 100 pages of technical detail. They gave me an estimate of around $1,100 for them to review it, so I think it's money well spent. And aside from that, think that is pretty much it. I've provided the notice of funding offer in your agenda packets. I've provided a lot, probably too much, but I wanted you to have all the information.
And this is another item we have a draft motion loaded for, so just whenever you guys want to consider that.
Well, do y'all have any questions? This is the first time you guys are hearing any of this, so.
I have one question. I know when we're getting closer to this now than it's been in the process a long time, but one of the things that we spoke about is having some of our public works folks kind of shadow any of the work that would be done, just in the hopes that there's things that we could do in the future of kind of routine maintenance that they would be able to pick up on. Is that still a component of what we plan to do? I know without Davey being here and stuff, it may be tougher to do, but.
Yeah, we can do it depending on, who's available and when the construction actually happens. So the next several months will be really permitting. We've got to have some more easements, temporary construction easements. Chaplain's working on that. We're going to be working on getting those set up. We'll have to go through the permitting process, but depending on where we are in the year, if it's, busy time for the guys, it's just going to be dependent on if they have availability or not.
Yeah, I just know that there's certain things you can and can't do and how you go about it, and just hoping they can pick some of those things up, so that we wouldn't necessarily need grants and things like this in the future. We may be able to do some more things before things get bad,
Yeah, in terms of the construction, I think really the real area where we will be able to assist on is really debris cleanup, not necessarily construction.
Yeah.
So I don't really know how much we will learn, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Now that we've gone through this process, this seems to be a continuing issue with a lot of our streams in Marvin. So now that we've gone through this process, we will, know more, be more experienced here, and we can look forward to doing additional grants to help other residential units out in the future. I know this is a lot of information in your agenda packet. Like I said, this is the first time you're hearing any of this. Do any of y'all have any conceptual questions just off the top of your head about the project in general?
Just one other thing, I know we're working with the HOA for easement agreements and things like that. But given that, many of these streams and things are directly affecting them, are we fully and wholly responsible for maintaining those things? Or is there some short sort of, cost-sharing burden we should be discussing with some of these HOAs for future projects?
We're not responsible for maintaining them, no. And that's not what we're putting in the temporary construction. The easement that we're going to be looking for is just a temporary construction easement. Basically, we get in, we do the job, then we pull out. We're not doing any type of ongoing maintenance easement, so.
No, but I'm just saying that as far as, the next project that needs to be done, is there any sense or interest in working with the HOAs to cost share,
Yeah, I mean, that's
those
a good
things?
question. That's definitely a good question, and that's probably something we consider in the next application. I think we're just too far in the
Yeah.
process of this one to really go there. We're already behind on this one just because we had to roll up from a different stream.
Is the goal is to clean up the actual stream from Tom Short all the way to the back of the Kerr Farm where it goes down the back of the Briar Patch Homes in Marvin Creek? Because I've walked that trail there before and I see it, logs get carried, and is that the area they're going to clean up? Is that what the
No.
goal of this is?
The area is actually in your agenda packet, and I'm going to try to see if I don't even know if I can see it. Austin, can you pull up that agenda attachment? I can't.
Is this the one proposed stream enhancement? I just need to know which attachment.
I'm looking at the one that says the topography. It says topo.
It's like page 375.
Do you know sorry, I need to know the name of the attachment.
I don't know the name of the attachment. Okay, he got it answered. It looks like this.
Yeah, but so confirm the location of what's going to be worked on. Are they just going to go in and basically clean it up? Is that what?
Yeah, so that's a good question, and there's probably going to be a lot of misunderstanding in the community. So when we wrote this grant, there were three kind of priority categories. One of them was for debris removal, one of them was for stream bank restoration, and the other one was for, I don't know what the other, something that we didn't qualify for. We got stream bank restoration. So basically what the funding is for this is to clean up that bank where it's kind of eroding. And this doesn't make any sense to me, but it does not include debris removal. So it only includes debris removal if the area of the bank is needed to be restored. So if there's some log jams, but the bank is fine, we can't take that log jam out. If the bank is not okay, then we can take it out and refix the bank, if that makes sense. It doesn't really make a whole lot of
It
sense.
makes sense. I just want people to understand what to expect. If they
Yeah.
think that area is going to be cleaned up, it's really not a cleanup, it's a,
Yeah.
it's a bank, restoration.
Yes, yes, thank you. So that's the project area. It's kind of, it's small. The next round of funding, we would obviously, debris removal is the easiest game. I mean, it's going to be your biggest bang for your buck. Get in there and get some stuff out, get it flowing. But in the areas where the bank is eroded, it's causing erosion issues, and it's just naturally going to get worse where that silt is building up. So I think when they looked at all of the projects that we submitted, because we submitted for Marvin Branch, 6 Mile Tributary, McBride, and I think we even put in some 6 Mile Creek, if I'm not mistaken. So we put in for those 4 areas, but we also put in for the 3 pockets of money that were the stream bank restoration, the debris removal, and the other one that I'm just not remembering right now off the top of my head. They looked at all of those things, and they said, we think the biggest need that you guys have is the stream bank restoration in the Marvin Branch. Now, obviously, that didn't work out, so we had to jump and move somewhere else, which our engineers thought that this was a better area. So, that being said, you've got a motion in your agenda packets. I will try to do what I can to make the project work within the scope that we have. We won't really know the construction amounts until we actually go out for bids and get those back, so there's not really any construction dollars that I'm asking you to commit to date. I'm just telling you the estimates we've got are around $115,000. So we're pretty on target for our budget, but we won't really know officially until we go out for bid, which is the next step after that RFP is done.
So the draft motion in your system right now is to accept the 95% stream bank rehabilitation assistance program plans for the 6 Mile Tributary and direct staff to authorize engineering assistance for the review of the RFP and project manual review, contingent upon attorney review, and authorize staff to prepare a budget amendment.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, motion passes.
Mr. Mayor, real quick, I will interject and say, there is someone asked about a floodplain development permit that's in this agenda packet that says Union County. The engineers prepared that. They did that erroneously. We've already corrected it, but at the time of this publication, they have not corrected it on their end. So it's just a procedural thing. The floodplain development permit is issued through us. We have sent the information over to the engineer, and we're just waiting on them to get that information back to us. Either way, that doesn't come before you all. It comes before us at a staff level, and we will address it at that point in time. Just wanted to let you know that's an error on the engineer.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next item is new business. Reminder, the call planning board and the Board of Adjustment applicants.
So you guys have 5 applicants right now for the seat vacated by Angel on the planning board and Board of Adjustment. Right now, we're recommending that you all fill that in February because that term will turn over and start a new term on March 1st. So this is just to remind you all, reach out to those applicants individually, have your conversations with them. Definitely can report back at the meeting where you all decide to do the appointment, probably the February work session. And then the next item on the agenda, it goes into more process around how you want to do appointments in the future.
Well, there's another seat up in February too, right?
These are, yeah, I know. This is just asking people to call the applicants right now. That's the next item, though.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, are you good to go on to the next one?
Yes, excuse me. L2 will be the discussion of the board vacancies as well as reappointments to the planning, BOA, and the PR&G boards.
I'll let you take it, Angel.
Okay, so one of the concerns that I have is that when terms are up, I don't want to say people are automatically renewed to serve another term, but they kind of are. And I think that we should open it up to the community. I mean, even if somebody's done a great job, they can certainly reapply again and probably get a seat. But in an effort to get people in Marvin more active and wanting to help, this would open up dialogue for people to serve on boards potentially. So I just feel like it shouldn't be an automatic, yeah, do it again. You know, let's open it up to the community and make a decision. So I know we have another seat coming up. Term is over in February on the planning board, and I believe there are 2 on the PRG board. So I'm just asking council to consider opening it up to the community.
Just a question about that. Could you explain, Austin, the current process? Because, and I don't know if I explained this to Angel correctly or not, but typically we take applications even when we don't have vacancies for planning board and PRG. And then when there is an opening, just like Austin was reminding us, you know, to look at this, all of those people that have applications in are eligible to be put on those boards. So are we looking to change that, or?
Well, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I only got 5 applications for a planning board person for my old seat. So if there are more than that, I didn't get them. I mean, if there are people that applied 2 years ago.
So the way the process has always worked, we take applications all the time, even if there's not a vacancy. We keep those applications on file for a year, and if a vacancy comes up in that next year, we put that in for consideration. As far as reappointments have went in the past, we don't have a policy for that. Towns do this differently. There's no one set way for it. But in the past, for members that have been in good standing, no concerns with attendance or ethics or anything like that, they've typically had first right of refusal if they wanted to keep serving. Obviously, if that's something you all want to change, we can do that. I would recommend directing me to write a policy based on the feedback that you give me. But really, it's for you guys to discuss here.
I like to share a concern, and I understand what you are trying to achieve, and I agree with what you'd like to achieve. But having sat on the Park Rec and Greenway Committee, we've got some members that have been on that committee for some time. They've done a phenomenal job on behalf of Marvin. And I don't know how I feel about asking them to reapply for their position on the board. It's almost, to me, it's almost an insult. And there's one person that comes, well, there's 2 people that come to mind immediately. And they may not be offended, but I would hate to think they may be. And I know they're going to continue to serve for a very long time, or would like to, and they contribute a great deal. So for me, it's a risk-reward with that idea. The risk of losing people seated and having to reapply potentially, and being insulted and saying, hey, I'm just not reapplying.
We've had more issues in the past in filling open positions traditionally than the other way, than too many people applying.
I'm just concerned about it, but, I'll do whatever council would like to do, but, I see a risk in it, and to your point, John, there have been a lot of times when I was on Park Greenway, we would have an open position for a long time. And it's not because we haven't publicized it, it's not because
We're actually reaching out to people, trying to recruit them.
See, but I mean, and that very well may have been how things were in the past.
Yeah.
I don't discount that at all. And again, I mean, I know what you mean. There are some great PRG people we'd hate to lose.
Right.
Absolutely. But, I think in order to get more people involved, and I think that we have an opportunity here now because people are involved. I mean, it's full here a lot of the time. So I would like to get more people involved, and even if we keep the same people on, at least open it up and give people an opportunity to be heard.
Yeah, and Bob, I hear you with respect to the insult, but they're big kids. I think that, folks should understand that there really shouldn't be a right of first refusal to any kind of position on any board or commission. I mean, we don't have a right of first refusal for our seats here, so. And I think that if folks are doing a good job and if they're respected by the council, then they'll be reappointed. But I think it makes sense to just, have, a 2-year term or 4-year term or whatever it is, and just see who all is out there.
Has it ever been that they have to reapply, or would that be required if
We've
they're
never-
already
we've-
on?
we've never asked people
I
to
don't know
reapply
that they'd
fast.
have to reapply. Yeah.
At least while I've been here, we've now asked current members to reapply. But totally, this is.
But I'm
for y'all
saying,
for discussion.
is that something that we want to do going forward, where they actually do have to reapply?
Well, maybe they don't have to reapply, I mean, but I don't think it's an automatic, yeah, you get the seat again either. I mean,
Yeah,
if they've
I
served
don't know
well-
that that's the case, though, because when somebody gets nominated, if you wanted to nominate somebody else, you could nominate someone out of the crowd if they want to do it, So I'm not sure what we're trying to solve for here,
That people are not automatically given the first right of refusal.
Well, that's the first I've heard somebody has the first right of refusal. Because they still have to go through the process of being nominated and,
Correct. In the past, we've asked members whose terms are expiring, are you interested in serving again? If so, we will put this on the agenda. And in the past, like, we always didn't really treat that the same as a vacancy. We put on the agenda and see if council was interested, and for the most part, the council at the time was interested in reappointing that person. There was I can't think of one person that wasn't reappointed, because generally speaking, we've had good board members.
usually when they don't show up is the biggest
And the
issue.
board members that can't abide by our policies, whether it's the attendance policy or other policies, they don't stick around. They often just drop off, and that's when vacancies occur. If you guys do want to just advertise, I don't have a problem with that. I would ask that you all establish an application deadline of probably Friday, January 30th. I've already have some draft things prepared if that's what you want to do. That way that cuts off the application period, gives you time to talk to people. You can make appointments in February, whether it's reappointing serving members or someone new, for them to start after March 1st. I would also ask that if you do want to change the way we do this, that you direct me to write a policy, just so we can make sure that it's consistent going forward and everyone has level expectations, if that makes sense.
That works for me. To write a policy.
Okay. I'll give you a draft motion and let you guys decide if you want to do that. I apologize. All right, to establish an application deadline of Friday, January 30th at noon, and direct the clerk to establish a policy on appointments, contingent upon attorney review.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Next item is L3, which is the discussion of surveys and live comments. Okay. So as you know, some of you may know, we did a public survey that people filled out. The results were put online with open comment. This happened, and I may need help with the dates, Christina, but it was the day before the tree lighting.
Yes.
Okay.
Early December.
And this was the public input website for the comp plan.
This is the public input website, and unfortunately, people misbehaved in the comments. I'm just going to call it what it is. People embarrassed themselves and put, egregious remarks about other residents in the village. They just used bad language. The responses tool wasn't used for what it was, for really what it was meant to be, which is a productive, open dialogue on people basically, commenting on what they thought this survey, what they wanted this outcome of the survey to basically be. Instead, there were personal attacks and innuendo and things like that. And staff took a lot of heat on this. And I know Christina was on the phone with the company that manages the website and the comments on Friday night for about 5 hours and trying to get them to shut it off. And a lot of people were upset, and they were I think they were unfairly blaming staff for having allowed this to happen. And I told Christina when I was made aware of this the next night, I was very disappointed in the comments, and then I started seeing the screenshots over the weekend. And I'm like, oh, I can't believe it. And it's always just a few people, I think, that are the troublemakers here. And, we could identify them if we wanted to by IP address. I don't know if we'll ever go down that road. But, and you've got to be careful with censorship and things like that of blocking certain comments. And you've got to hold your web hoster accountable on this information that gets posted. And they need to filter things that are egregious and it may come across racist or whatever, bad language. So my opinion, just in my casual conversations with people, if people want to publicly comment and we want to avoid situations like this again, they can call up the village office or they can send a letter or an email to our office where they're easily identifiable and we know who we're talking to, and we haven't created a portal with a vessel for people to just put a bunch of, nasty things out there. I don't know how else to basically avoid it. I'm not trying to control speech, but I do think if we're going to have something that the village mandates as a survey, and they're going to have a public discussion about where there's comments about the survey, it's got to be done in a constructive fashion, and this was not a constructive, fashion, in my opinion. So that would be my recommendation in the future when we do a survey like this, and we know the temperature's kind of been up in Marvin, and there's people out there that want to throw torches and stuff. Maybe we use a different means of soliciting resident feedback on subjects like surveys. That's just my 2 cents. I'd love everybody's opinion here because I'm sure all of you heard some of the things that were going on.
Yeah, I think the format's poor. Like when you can post and then react to someone else's post, it's kind of like the point of social media is to create like a reality TV where it's just a train wreck and everyone's arguing and right. And I think if you were going to allow an open comment, it should be, maybe put in like your name, your address, things like that, some type of qualifier, and you just submit and you know about it and the receiver knows about it and nobody else sees it. And I think you'll get more valuable feedback that way than a bulletin board where people are just writing, like it's a bathroom stall.
Well, it was never intended like that, right? I mean, have we ever done this before where people put in comments to something we're looking for? I can't remember.
We haven't, but Union County has, and we were trying to model something very similar that Union County did. And Hunter can speak more in terms of the platform, what's transpiring now, just so you guys are aware, because the process still does exist with the sticky notes. I'll turn it over to him if you don't mind.
So to answer your question, like our vendor, yes, this is a form of public engagement that they've done on a lot of other comprehensive plans that they have worked on. And it was one that, once again, it was supposed to spur conversation. It was supposed to, allow for people to go and comment, provide, up and down votes to an extent of meaningful data points to it. And that's what I was thinking what was going to occur. Yes, you would have maybe one person that maybe would flood it saying they want something, then you would have maybe somebody that counteracts that say they don't want something. So, but obviously then what occurred, I didn't foresee happening. And the vendor did turn off the public publishing of those comments. those comments are still being tracked. And, you know, they're a qualified consultant. This is their job to filter through the valid data points and not. What we have done, because once again, the goal is to spur public engagement in those comments. And so I'll show you on this comprehensive plan website, and if you guys want me to have, if you want me to have the consultant change this, I'm happy to do so. But essentially, Kimley Horn. So this is the comp plan website, and here's kind of where the input and says leave your comment. There is a moderation policy that's clearly identified right here, and once again, you can comment, violate this moderation policy. All the comments now have to go to the vendor before they're posted. So in short, what they have done is then basically all the ones that complied with the moderation policy, they have posted, and they also then just posted when the date they were received, instead of then having like the screen name and stuff like that. Once again, everything is still being recorded on the back end. But the goal of this is where then if you see, for example, no more interconnected greenway trails in Marvin's backyard, okay? If you agree with that, like once again, you can comment something similar. If you disagree with it, you can comment that you want to see interconnected greenway trails in Marvin's backyard. I'm not advocating for one or the other when I'm saying that. I'm using that as an example just to be clear. But the goal is once again, you're seeing what people are posting, and it kind of then spurs your opinion or your stance on a certain issue or something with the village. So all these ones that are posted were received and, like I said, complied with the moderation policy. And so, but none of them are getting posted in real time. They also have to go to our vendor before they get posted. So I can have the vendor, once again, take this portion off, but still alive this went live today. The comments back up. What occurred after the initial launch is, once again, the comments were still being tracked. They just weren't being posted on the website. So it's completely up to council on how you would like to proceed specifically with this project, but obviously then, yeah, moving forward on how we utilize or, you know, look at public engagement.
I think the public comment and it drawing out engagement by having people see something that they react favorably or unfavorably to benefits the vendor in a way that they can come back and be like, look at all the engagement and look at this. But I don't think it provides us necessarily with great data. You know, if you were trying to get employee feedback, right, you would probably give some way of people giving that feedback to you anonymously, and then you could go through that data and figure out what some problem points might be. But if you did something like this, I think you'd get a lot of noise, but I don't know that you'd really get valuable data from it.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Fred. I think the comments are going to be what the comments are going to be, whether or not everybody else in the world can see them. So I'm not sure there's a great value in it. And what I'd really like to do is get Chaplain's comment on, you know, if somebody is in the business of moderating these comments and deciding what goes up and what doesn't go down, or what goes up and what doesn't. You're on a slippery slope.
You are. You've got First Amendment issues, and you've got a moderator looking at factors, and those are common. You have 5 or 6 factors, and you say if it's improper, well, what is improper? You can have criticism. What level of criticism? I think it gets. Websites have been around for years that don't allow live communications and interactions. There's no duty or obligation to have such a site, and I think it's cleaner not to have a third party making a decision on the appropriateness of a comment, because someone could easily come back and say, you withdrew my comment, you didn't allow it to be stated, and I was just stating something with conviction, and it was true, and it was proper, and then you've regulated their speech.
So,
but it's not uncommon to do what they've done. They're in the industry. Union County did it, but it leads to gray areas.
So my question, let's say that we didn't want it to be this kind of live bulletin board where people are just throwing these things out there, but that we just wanted to collect these questions on the backside, right? Now, at some point, we're using this bucket of of comments, right, to make decisions on. What then is our responsibility for making that public, as we make those decisions? Do we have to, are we then able to be the ones that say, listen, some of these things we just can't publish, they're defaming to other people or things like that, Because that's another area of it. So even if we're collecting it just ourselves, what then can we do with it, and can we filter it out in any way?
You can make some filtering out, and that is in response to a public records request and responsive documents, but that is different than eliminating somebody's speech. They still got to make their statement and have it heard before the governing board. So I think that's a little less than having a third party, decide what gets published.
A couple questions. Is the sticky note concept an ongoing program where people can ask questions of the community? Or is it just a one-time event?
It's ongoing to the extent of the plan creation. Like it's an ongoing data point or public engagement platform that's open throughout as our consultant develops this plan and until we implement it or adopt it, which would be, anywhere from May to June, July.
So it can become just a complaint board?
Correct. I mean, yeah, and
My question is, what do we do with this information? Are we going back and putting on our website, we were asked the following questions. Let's say it's the SAGE development. What's going on with SAGE? Well, answer the question. Or if somebody's concerned about what happened to trees at Heritage, and there are a lot of people that were concerned about the clear cutting of the trees, answer the question. What I see are just open-ended questions, and people is just, I don't know, a festering of ideas and incomplete information, and people are running with it. And I think it's incumbent on the council and Marvin staff to answer some of these questions. And I think it could become more robust in terms of quality discussion if you're going to continue the sticky notes. But not to, if it just becomes something, Bob Nunnenkamp was upset today and I'm just going to post something, I don't see the value in it. I just really don't.
Bob, I don't know if you saw them, but the ones that were posted that they kind of showed there were the ones that were moderated. There were many that were extremely defamatory to specific people
I'm
and
sure,
things like.
well, that's but maybe I'm not explaining myself well. You have people using sticky notes. You have our, residents of Marvin saying, hey, I don't understand this, or I'm upset about that. What are we doing with it? Are we just letting people vent, or are we going to take the information that people have or they're concerned about and using our website, not just to plug in events for the month, but to say, here's some questions by the residents of Marvin, and they're legitimate questions, and give them answers. I just don't see this being very productive unless there's some follow-up to it.
So I will, sorry, Bob, go ahead.
No, and I may be the only one that feels that way.
Well, I also want to just clarify, like, this is one point, like one data point, right? Like all the comments, like obviously they have, I think per our agreement, like 3 different, maybe even 5, public engagement. And we're actually looking to schedule that first, like in-person kind of like open house public engagement. And so that's a data point. We're using the survey results as a data point. So they take all this data and that's how they then basically form the goals, recommendations of the community vision that they're kind of seeing as part of these different data points. I do have Kim Wehorn scheduled to come to the retreat. So some of these questions I think are like regarding like, what are we doing with this data, or how is it, how are they going through it? I'm going to let them answer it, just because they are the consultant. This is stuff that they see in these type of plans, in these projects. But I just want to make sure it's, like I said, it's clear. It's just one kind of data set for them as they're looking at deriving this plan.
Those that took the survey can then go back and make comments on the survey in this open forum, correct? And those that.
This isn't a survey.
just so people don't get confused with the community survey. This is just the comprehensive plan website.
Right, okay, the comprehensive plan website. Are there people writing in comments that are not impacted in any way by the content that is in the community, or that's actually in the survey, or the data that they're actually commenting on? In other words, were there people posting in there that maybe live in Charlotte that have nothing to do with Marvin that could actually post comments? Because what I'm trying to get to here is, I mean, everything that everyone has said is great. We should be able to, extract a lot of important data out of what the public is saying. What happened here is, for hours, this went unmonitored. Things were put on there that were awful. There was horrible things said about Kim. There were things said about other residents in the village. It should have ended immediately. So there's a fine line between free speech and allowing this stuff up with a contractor that we hired to go and do something. What I want to avoid is this ever happening again. How do we get comments that are productive? Fred, I like your idea. No more exchange, just type in your name, your address, send it in, and we can look at all of the comments as a council. As far as I'm concerned, we can sit in a room during a work session, and we can look at them all, and we can deduce what the temperature is of what people are saying, and we can edit out all the stuff that the public doesn't have to see that's egregious and attacks against other people in the village. That's all I'm saying. I just want to avoid this from happening again on our watch, on the village's watch.
I agree with that wholeheartedly, and I would recommend that we leave it like we had it immediately afterward, where the comments just, go to the vendor and then straight to us.
All right.
So I guess what we're hearing is you guys want to stop all sticky notes effective immediately, and all the comments will then go to the vendor and will not be released publicly. You guys will see it on the back end. You also want a requirement of an address. Is that what I'm hearing?
I mean, people can lie about the address. At the end of the day, the data we see is really private, and it's not, people aren't being embarrassed on a platform that's coming off as social media when it's really not.
So are you that concerned with the address?
I like a qualifier, but I like the ability for people to post anonymously also. Like maybe internally there's a qualifier that you don't live in Charlotte or Montana and whatever, but you don't have to tell us who you are, right? Like this internal qualifier, a robot's gonna see and be like, yes, this is a real person, and that's it. Like we aren't necessarily gonna see who the person is. But to Bob's point, it would be great to be able to respond to some of these people and say, here's the answer to your question, or here's where you can find out more information about this. And I guess that's on the vendor to figure out how to do that. I mean, I'm sure they can make a number, and we can respond to the number, and the vendor can take that and make it to a person.
But we didn't, in the scope of our contract, we didn't budget any type of correspondence back to survey respondees. So that would likely be a change order if we wanted to do that.
Maybe I didn't explain it well. I don't think we have to go back to each individual and explain anything. I think that we can use our website to do that. Right. And we need more traffic on our website anyway, frankly. And I think if we address some of the concerns that maybe some of the residents have, or not even concerns, opportunities as well, in a section on our website saying, here, what's going on at the Heritage? Why do we tear out all the trees? Well, here's why. Because there's a lot of misinformation out there, and I think we have the opportunity to clean that up and use the website to do its smalling point, and not go back to each individual, but just make it available as a community.
So I guess I guess staff needs to know, number one, do you want us to stop the sticky notes immediately? Number two, do you want the qualifiers to have to be answered within those respondents, and if so, what those qualifiers are? And then the third thing is, I think, a more global issue. How do you want to address some of the content that you're referring to?
I think as long as we're getting those comments back directly and they're not becoming a bulletin board that everybody's sounding off on, we're going to have to sort out whether we think that person's from Marvin or not just by what they're writing. I don't think there's any way that you're going to automatically be able to get only Marvin people, We've got too many donut holes. My next door neighbor could not be in Marvin, and I am. So as long as we're getting those things, I'm not worried about where it comes from. If it's legitimate input, to Bob's point, I think we've done some things like what he's talking about in the past where, frequently asked questions that we've responded to. I remember you putting a real good one together at one point, and maybe having a section on the website for that could be productive. But again, you've got to be careful in that, because somebody asks a question and staff then has to decide, well, is that something that council's already decided on or not? Does it reflect all of council, or how do you answer those things? So you got to be a little careful in how you're responding to those things
So
as well.
I think we're talking about two different issues. I think we need to first and foremost decide the sticky note, the qualifiers, and move on from that to the conversation of how we want to address these frequently asked questions. I think they're two different issues. There's really no way we at a staff level or at our contract level can respond to
A billion people.
the survey, or even group them together at this point in time and do some type of frequently asked questions. So I think we probably should come back to periodically reviewing what some of the questions are and coming up with those frequently asked questions to post on the internet to get those answers to the people. But I think that's going to come in time for when we kind of get clumps of responses and we can look at them. Does that make sense at all?
Yeah, so when they deliver the data to us, is there any kind of sorting or categories, or it's just raw? Like,
Just
here's
raw right
all
now.
the comments?
Yeah, just completely raw. So we can, at a staff level, we can do like maybe a monthly review, or what that looks like for you guys in terms of how you want to get those responses out. But there, to your point, there is kind of some slippery slopes because we don't really know what the direction of some of these answers are. So we would want your input onto some of the kind of responses that we put out into the community, so we're not trying to read, where we're going with this question versus that question and putting that information out. Am I making any sense at all?
Yeah.
And one thing I'd add, you'll start getting questions like that, open questions, in your individual contact council submissions. Just keep in mind also that you may get those things, but Christina might not always get them. Sometimes she might, you don't know if she does or not. So, as you're getting those type things, sometimes you'll want to make sure that you forward them to her as well if we're trying to gather those questions.
So what we can offer at this point is, let's answer the question on, if everyone's on the same page with the sticky notes versus not, and then what those qualifiers are. And then what we can do at a staff level is we can combine all the responses that we've seen to date and put them on your work sessions, let you guys look at them. And then if you see a commonality of a question that you want us to answer or post on our website and give us some direction as to what you think the answer is as a whole, then we can start kind of that frequently asked questions, so to say, page. Does that kind of cover?
Yeah, I think a first step is maybe taking down stickies, no qualifier, see what's the volume, right, and how useful is that, and then maybe kind of re-go from there. Like, do we need a qualifier? Do we need to have categories that people choose what their topic is about, and then put in whatever?
And to mention, the reason why, about volume, the reason why our vendor suggested or wanted to add the public version of that is because obviously we saw a huge downtick in comments received after the first launch, because even though we have it clearly on the website that every single data and comments being tracked and we're receiving those. I think we received about a total of 5 since then. And so the goal of that is where, once again, ones that comply with the moderation policy are being posted where people are still seeing that you can comment and post, but at the same time, if it's violating that, once again, it's still being tracked or it's still being logged. It's just not being posted just to make sure that it's not obviously being discriminatory towards someone or hateful or any of that stuff. So, like I said, I'm good with it, with however council would like to proceed. I just wanted to make sure that that's why it was added back, to try to get some of that volume and input going again.
So I think, I'm just going to try to wrap this up. So I think there's a consensus that the sticky notes want to be stopped. Am I hearing that correctly? Okay, and I think there's a consensus that we don't want any qualifiers at this point. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay, so what we will do, you won't hear from us again until, unless there's some emails that are sent, but we'll prepare a report at the next work session with kind of summary of what we've seen. Now, obviously, if there's defamatory comment, you're not going to see, we're going to email that information. We don't want to publish anything that could be defamatory. We'll send you that via email, and then we can address any common, issues in the meeting, and we can get some direction from y'all at that point, if that's okay. Is everybody good with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, next item is L4, a discussion of development moratorium.
Mayor Cancel, I was asked to look into a development moratorium. I have put the statute in your agenda packets. Long story short, there is a statutory allowance for establishing it. You kind of have to jump through some hoops and bounds to get there, but I'm going to pass it over to Chaplain to go over more detail.
Wonderfully stated. The statute states that you can have a moratorium on any development approval. And then the next, it's not even the next sentence, it's within that sentence, it says, except it can't be for the purpose for governing, amending, or regulating residential uses. So residential are harder to get within the net. You can have a net. A popular reason for a moratorium is lack of water and sewer capacity. Well, that's going to apply to everything. So you can capture residential within your net, but you can't have it for the purpose. You got to be careful with that. The process starts with calling for a public hearing. That depends on the length of the moratorium, but generally it's going to be 60 days or longer, and it's going to be like a zoning amendment where you're going to publish the public hearing, the notice of it for 2 times in the paper. And with that, you're going to set forth some of the general purposes. What are you trying to get in the moratorium? What are you going to regulate? Are you going after building plans, subdivision plats, geographic areas? What is the scope? The next key point is a lot of things are going to be off the table. If you have vested rights, you're not going to be able to stop a project that already has vested rights. What are vested rights? It's set forth in the statute, but generally is if you have a final plat, if you have a site-specific plan, and then we have several development agreements where they expressly state as part of our UDO and the approval that you have vested rights. So any project that has a vested right or which is generally going to be an approved final plat or subdivision plan, it's too far along to stop. People have made investments and they've moved forward upon approvals, so those are off the table. And then a moratorium is allowed by statute throughout the country. This is not uncommon in North Carolina, but it's still a big deal. You're telling a property owner that they can't move forward with the use for a limited amount of time. Therefore, you've got to be able to demonstrate why. So the statute sets forth 4 requirements, and it basically says, the first one, what are your problems and what are your alternatives? And also, why did your alternatives not work? That's doable, but it's just showing you it's a high standard. So you've got to identify the problems and that you looked at other ways to go about this other than a moratorium. The next is, what are you going after? What development approvals? That's what I already talked about briefly. Are you going after subdivision plans, building permits, zoning permits? What area? You can't go after for the purpose of residential. And then you have to have a date for termination, and the termination date has to be basically as quick as you reasonably can get it done. You can't have a moratorium. It can only last as reasonably practical for you to get the problems solved. And then the 4th thing is your action plan. You have to set forth what you're going to do. If you're going to stop this development for 4 months, for 6 months, you're going to have a schedule. What are you going to do during that time period? And what you're going to do, how that's going to address the problems. So it's very statutory. You have to prove it, but it's expressly allowed by statute. Generally, the longer you go out, the more angry people get. You don't often see a moratorium for 18 months. If you have it for 60 days, it's a shorter term. It has a shorter notice period with the publication, but 90 days is very common. 6 months is common. You look at what you need to address the problems and set forth your action plan, and also, how can you accomplish this? And that's how you got to do it. So it starts with there'd be a resolution calling for a public hearing, and then you would kind of, at that point in time, you probably have it even broader, but you would set forth what you're going for, because therefore you could publish that. Because you have to start it with the publication and notice, so the public needs to be aware of the primary areas you think you're going to go through and regulate. But once, and if you pass the moratorium ordinance, you may change your mind through the public hearing. You may start off broader and then hear public comments or debate between yourselves, hearing input from the planners and staff, and narrow it. But that's the process, and it's similar to zoning, but it stops most development. And that's it in a nutshell. Any questions?
Just basically move on to the next item? Okay. The next one is discussion and the consideration of an engineering allowance to address the Preserve at Marvin concerns.
Oh, okay. So, we're gonna table this. I think the neighborhood is talking about doing a hydrological study, and so we really don't need to do anything until we have something to talk about. Yes. I don't know when that will be, so. For now, let's take no action. We can always revisit this when they do it. Thank you.
Okay, L6, discuss and consider approval of the agenda format changes.
So really fast, I did get some feedback from you all about how you would like to see agenda structured in the future. I did a sample one just so you could see what it could look like. If you look in your agenda packets, that was in the revised packet posted this afternoon. The biggest things is simplifying like the rules listed on there for the public hearing, takes up a lot less space. Removing the rules after public hearings because they follow the same rules as public comment. Putting time estimates on like bigger items like 30 minutes of the public comment period. We could, for these headers, we could do these 30 minutes or we can do 6:05 to 6:35. The only thing though is if you start getting off, they start becoming less useful. So it's really however you want to see them. You don't need to change your rules of procedure for this, so this is something I could pretty much do for agendas going forward, if that's what you guys want. So you can just let me know how you want this to look.
Hey, Austin, so like if you start take a big chunk of like new business or unfinished business and you give it a half hour, right? If you only get through 3 of the first 8 items, and is it at that point you just have to move on to the next group, or these are just guidelines, or, because then it almost becomes even more important of the priority in which you put things in order within those. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it would only be guidelines. You're not forced to move on. It's just it would be just a visual cue to help try to keep you on track, make you aware of how much time we actually have. A lot of this is subjective. In general, we're pretty good at guessing how long something will take you guys, but sometimes there will be an item where we think it's 5 minutes and no,
Yeah.
it's 45 minutes. We will do our best to come up with decent estimates, but it's going to be a shot in the dark sometimes.
But will it be in the broader things like this, or will it be by item?
I would probably just keep it in the headers, just in general. Makes it simpler. But again, it's what you prefer. If you want it item by item, we can try, but it's going to be more subjective.
It may be helpful to have, like, if we're talking presentations, if we have, those are item by item, like, how much time we're setting aside for whatever. I think that would just be, helpful in moving us along. But I think you raise a good point there, John, is that, having the agenda items in order of priority would probably be real helpful too, because in the day job, I've seen where the board has been trying to get through and trying to kind of stay on time, but the lesser important items that are lower on the agenda do kind of get short shrift. Not that we would be necessarily doing that here, but I think it would be helpful.
There are some items that are ordered in a specific way just because procedurally they need to be in a certain order. Certain actions we put in order because it's follows procedure. Being authorized to being authorized to move forward the budget amendment and then having that budget amendment as the next item, for example. But yeah, we definitely can do that, but a lot of it's subjective, so just know that going in. So with priority and times and everything. So if you guys are good, I'll move forward with this. But do you think you'd rather see 30 minutes or 6:45 to 7:15, for example?
I really like both, honestly, because I feel like having the time on there is kind of helpful. Like 7:15, we're going 5 minutes over. We should, And I think it's also helpful to see 30 minutes. Not that you can't do the math in your head, but just to
Is that good
kind
with
of breeze
everyone?
through quickly.
You guys also asked me to remove feedback from the previous public comment period. Is that the consensus of the board?
Remove the what?
The feedback from the previous public comment period. That was one of the requests I got.
I don't really have an issue with that either way.
Are you guys good with everything else on here, like open topics, the order of things in general? The order of these, like reports and updates, consent agenda, public hearings, that's pretty standard, matches pretty much textbook from the School of Government. But we can definitely change up the order if you think something else would be more helpful.
The only thing that I would say about the reaction to public comment, and it kind of goes to what Bob was talking about, when somebody comes and does public comment, we don't respond to them. That's not the appropriate way to do it. So I think part of the reasoning of why that was put in there was if there were public comments that somebody brought up an issue that we think should be responded to in the same way that it was presented, I think that's what it was really there for. So in looking at it that way, I don't know if we're talking about wanting to provide feedback to people that spoke at public comment.
I thought that's what P was for, where if you wanted to, kind of near the end, you could say like, well, someone earlier.
Really, it's not, really council comments are more on a personal note. They're not meant to bring up new items of discussion or dive into like a policy issue. It's not really the appropriate place for it. What we've typically done in the past is if someone brings up a topic during public comment that the reason we don't respond in the moment is often we need to do research on what's being said. We want to make sure that we give an informed response, something that we've had time to put some research into. So if someone brings something up that does warrant a response, we come back at the next meeting, we'll have something on the agenda if we need to address it urgently, or it's something we'll put in our notes to do research on and come back later, whether it's an amendment to, a text amendment to an ordinance or a public safety issue, for example.
I mean, I don't have an issue with that. I mean, if a resident comes in and they present themselves, they ask a question, and they're expecting an answer, I have no problem responding. Sometimes I wish we could respond immediately and get it over with, but, we have to wait until the next meeting, or I don't know if anyone's ever, well, we wait till the next meeting and do it in an open forum, correct? It was asked in an open forum, it gets responded to in an open forum. Is that
What would you say, Christina?
proper etiquette for that? Or you wouldn't respond in an email saying, hey, thanks for coming to the meeting, Mike, I appreciate your comment, this is my personal opinion on it as, as mayor, but you can talk to the other council members, or, is that the appropriate thing, or is it an open forum where it's on video and on YouTube, everyone gets to see what the answer is. I would think that's the appropriate thing to do.
So I don't know that there's a right answer or a wrong answer.
Yeah.
I think it's whatever you feel is more comfortable. I think you can do any of the above, but I would just caution you into answering it on the spot, because then you'll kind of create this dialogue that
Oh,
exists.
yeah, no, answering on the spot, because then you get 30 people lined up to do public comment, and you're not going to get anything
You don't
done.
always know the answers.
Right,
So
that's
I think
true.
it's just whatever you feel comfortable with. If you guys want to say, hey, we'll send you an email, or we'll look into it and get back to you, we'll call you, we'll respond to you back at the next meeting. I don't know what the answer is, but it's just whatever you guys want and you feel comfortable addressing. I think he's just bringing up the point, Councilman Barisic is bringing up the point of it as to why it was there to start with. So if you want to remove it, you're more than welcome to do so. I was just trying to figure out how you're going to provide that engagement in the future. Sorry, I know that doesn't answer your question, but.
Yeah, no, I guess it's a personal judgment thing, but.
Yeah, I was a proponent of taking that out. First of all, it's not, you don't see it in other, like Waxhaw and Weddington. I don't think they have it in their agendas. And I think it looks, to me, especially when we're trying to, create, it could be abused, I think. And I don't think we need to be in a point where we're like doing a rebuttal to what somebody just said. I mean, I do think we need to address their concerns, but I don't think that's the place to do it.
So is it the consensus of the board to remove feedback from the public comment period?
We can, but I think we need to figure out how we're going to address things then.
So when people sign up, they give like an email address, phone number, right?
No.
So why don't we? Like the school board has a great system in Union County, right? You go on the website and you're like, this meeting's coming up, I want to speak, right? And you get a number like 1 to 20. You put in your name and your phone number and your email address, and you give your 3-minute speech, and nobody says anything. And sometimes at the end they'll make a comment like, someone earlier said something, and I just want to say this personally. And then you hang out and you get each person as they're leaving and you pitch them, right, about what you were talking about. But there is a means for them to follow up with you. And they can reach out and say, I do want to talk to you about the issue you raised, and I am concerned about that. And
Well, isn't that what Coffee with Council's about?
yeah, that's a great point.
So
You know,
what you guys could
assuming
do.
they can't make it though.
Is you could go ahead and approve all of the things that Austin's preparing for consideration minus the removal of this, and let us go back and kind of brainstorm some ideas, and we can have a discussion about how to respond to public comments at your work session, or even the retreat if we've got time.
We're going to be slammed on the retreat. That agenda's packed. But
So either one. I mean, we can still continue to have this conversation, but if y'all want to think about ways to engage and provide that feedback back, I don't know if we're going to solve that answer
Yeah,
today.
I agree. I think we pull it. I mean, to respond to something that happened like at the last meeting is kind of weird.
So do y'all want to figure out how you, like in tonight's meeting, you want to figure out how to address the feedback, or do you want to brainstorm and let us bring that component back to you all?
And there's not going to be a perfect answer. to
Let's
this.
brainstorm and come back to it.
So we're going to remove it for now.
Yes.
Okay. Are you guys good with everything else? Fine with
Yes.
orders, open topics, everything? Okay. So we're good with everything I've got prepared here. You'll start seeing these on your next agenda. Sound good? Okay, I will actually ask for a motion for that. So just a quick motion to approve the changes to the council meeting agenda structure as presented.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed? And the motion passes. Section M, open topics.
Anyone have anything? No one has anything, you can just move on.
Okay, no one's got, okay. Section N, review of action items.
All right, so going back through, you guys will see those agenda structure changes coming up. We are removing the sticky notes from the. Already done. Yeah, well, they're already doing it. No qualifiers, and we will do a monthly recap to address comments submitted at the work session. I'm going to move forward with an application deadline for advisory boards for Friday, January 30th, 12 p.m., and I'm going to work on a policy, get with Chaplain on that. You all are going to call the Planning Board, Board of Adjustment applicants that we currently have. There's 5 of them. We're going to move forward with the STRAP plans and move forward with the engineering assistance contingent upon attorney review. We have tabled Safe Streets for All to March 16th. We're going to move forward with the change order with Angsley Construction, the locked control switch for lighting, and move forward with that working group. We are going to move forward with, we're rescinding the Newtown Road resolution and bringing back that alternate resolution at the February work session. We have tabled the trail signs indefinitely for now. You guys will get calendar invites from me for coffee with council events, and I'll be ordering new banners. You guys will see the revised council meeting schedule posted everywhere. You guys did your appointments for WUMA, Central Carolina, CRTPO, and the board liaison, so I'll process all those and let those agencies know. You did the call for public hearing, we'll get that advertised. And we're going to look at renting for the concrete grinder as an option. And we're going to move forward with the MOU for the Main Street and Rural Planning Center to replace Heritage District with commercial development. And I think that's all I got.
I got, add a response to public comment section to a later work session, so we'll add a discussion item for that.
Got it.
Also have, speaking of, a response to the Firethorn LEO assistance that the individual asked for tonight, so I'll look into that and I'll make some recommendations to you on that.
Just one quick question. We used to have a list of ongoing items.
The next thing.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, that's section O. It's, we're going to review the list of ongoing action item list. So
You guys are good to move on to that. It's in your agenda packet. If you want to ask me about anything, ask us about anything on there, you can. Really, this is just we're here to answer questions.
What if I could see it?
You would if you could see it. Oh, I'm sorry. I can try to share it if you want.
I got it.
You got it? Okay, never mind. And we can also take things off here if you no longer think these are a priority. So just let us know. If there's no feedback, though, we can just move on.
Okay. We ready to move on to the next?
Yeah.
Okay. Section P, council comments. Tom, you want to take the pole position?
I
or-
was just going to compliment you. Actually want to compliment the whole council. I think we worked, this is my first meeting, and I thought it was very productive and helped, just a really good meeting. So thank you,
Thanks, Tom.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Just, I wanted to thank all of those, especially from the other boards and things and volunteers that were able to come to our staff appreciation and volunteer appreciation holiday party. But especially, she's gone now, but Jill did really an amazing job. For Tracy and I, who hosted it, she made it very easy on us. And I just really wanted to thank her for all the work that she did in putting that together.
I just want to say thank you to staff. I know we're working you really hard, and we appreciate you. So thank you for all you do.
Yeah, I'd like to thank staff for everything they do. They do have a lot on their plate, and they handle it so graciously. We come at them with a lot of stuff. I want to thank all of you here for your time. This is a big commitment, and it's great to have you all here. I want to thank all those that came tonight and spoke and presented. Deputy Swan, I want to thank you for your service to our village, as well as Deputy Scott. We've got a lot of work to do. We've tabled a lot of things. There's a lot of exciting stuff that's on paper. I'd love to have an awesome first quarter and get a lot of this stuff knocked out and you know, in the system. We want to show all of the people of Marvin that we're productive, and we're going to make the changes that we hope to make that make our village better. So thanks, and have a great week.
It's late, and I support everything everyone said, so
Here, here.
that's it.
No comments, thank you.
And with that, we can make a motion to adjourn
At 10:06.
at 10:06 p.m. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes. Have a good evening.
Who made that motion? Apologies. Okay.
Good job.